Picking up right now, and everybody go ahead and roll your initiative. I actually meant to do that before we started. That's fine.
Easy. I got a 17.
Starting out with the nat 20.
Ooh, that's
So
bad.
23. Siren got
I
a
got-
16.
I what? Oh, was it above the images?
It is, yeah.
We got
I
a
got a
16.
22.
Wait, what do we add to it?
Your dex.
18.
I got a 7. It's okay.
All right. Obrecht is still pretty much traumatized. He hasn't had a minute to breathe. Okay, so I'm gonna roll these guys in groups. So okay. Lazuli is going to be first. I have to make sure I don't call you Briar. Then Macy's. Isengiri and Savas. Okay. Oh boy, Otto. How are you feeling about Otto today, Snow?
I don't know. We'll see about it. I mean, I've watched Vox Machina, so I got some inspiration.
Perfect. I haven't watched the new season yet. I gotta get to it. I've been doing a million other things.
Are there more than just the first 3 episodes out yet?
No. Just first
Okay.
3. As far as
So
I
if
know.
I wait, I can just binge it later.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to watch whatever's out when you visit.
Exactly. I feel like it might all be out by then. I don't know how fast they're releasing
Uh,
things.
That's only a week and a half away, so probably not.
Okay, so they're not doing like a bam, bam, bam release. Like I know some places will just shove them out like in succession.
It'll probably be weekly, right?
Yeah, it's weekly. They did with the last season, the first one, they just dropped the 3 episodes and then 1 episode at a time.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, we only have like a week and a half.
So we'll have 4,
No
maybe 5
concept of
episodes.
time.
Okay. And so with the map that I sent you guys, with those 2 ships, Galen's pretty much going to be located at the back of the ship. Where did you guys want to be located as far as boarding this enemy vessel?
Wait, oh, they're the maps. They're like
Which one is ours? The top one?
Yep, but you're all boarding the lower ship, the darker ship.
Okay.
I was next to Savas.
Okay. So you're boarding about center.
I was near Isengiri at the front, but I was on top of one of the masts because I was gonna swoop in.
Okay.
I'm on Ven.
Yes.
Macy's, you mean?
You know what? You're right.
That's more for her to say. Don't make her say it.
You were supposed to type it anyway. I gave specific. Yeah, I can do words. Specific instructions. So, Lazuli with Savas. Where are you, Otto?
I'm hanging more towards the back of our ship, like specifically away from those cannons.
So you're staying on board the current vessel. You're not going to board the enemy vessel.
How big is that? Like
These are 15-foot squares.
15
Yep.
feet squares?
Yep.
I can barely see the squares.
Yeah.
Very big barrels.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay just
Yeah, it's not my map.
yeah,
It's just the closest I could get to what we're doing.
from the back of the ship towards the middle of the ship a little bit of our ship. Yeah, I'm still gonna hang in there. I'm gonna cast spells from afar.
Okay. And Obrek, what's your status here?
So the other ship would probably come in from the bottom then, right?
Yeah, so you'd be coming in from the opposite side in the bottom.
Okay. Probably that like bottom left corner then.
Okay. So you're gonna be pretty close to Galen. And you'll have some Ripley's crew with you as well. Okay. Think that's everybody. Oh, Ashi. Where's Ashi located?
I have absolutely no idea.
Well, pick a spot.
Were we were under the no, we were just loitering when the ship popped up, right?
No, you were all prepared. This was an offensive action. So you were all prepared to engage Galen's vessel. You literally sailed right into it and latched onto it. The vessel that Obrek came in from the south is a whole different ship. That's Ripley's ship.
Just be on the deck somewhere.
Do you want to? So do you want to just be in the center with
Yeah, let's come in the
Lazuli?
center.
Okay. Perfect. All right. And we are set. Okay, so yeah, where we left off, the main party, you guys had all sort of just offensively approached Galen's vessel. As you spotted it, you had the means to just take the fight right to him instead of letting him approach. You basically spun just a bit and connected with the side of his ship side by side, and you all threw yourselves on board. As on the opposite side, the vessel, the spectral commandeered vessel of Ripley Vance, just exploded out of the water, ramming into the opposite side of Galen's ship, sort of shaking everybody as you were getting on board, distracting the attention of Galen, who is located towards the back of the ship. He has several other sort of old allies of his that have that same purple glow to their eyes, like giving clear indication that they are empowered by Erebos on some level, just as he is. Boarding the ship, you see that there's probably about a dozen of them, and there's an interior of the ship in lower decks, and you can hear sort of commotion down on those lower decks as you board Galen's vessel itself. So you know there's at least another number of enemies somewhere on board. As Ripley's crew dives onto the opposite side of the vessel with Obrek, Galen sorts of like moves up to the front section and dives off the edge, sort of moving away from where you hopped onto Obrek and towards the center of the vessel, making almost a beeline for Savas at the moment. Lazuli, you're going to be taking the first action. So you've hopped onto the center area of Galen's vessel, and he's sort of launched himself down onto the deck, sort of behind that lower row of cannons, and is approaching Savas. Around you, you've got 6 other enemies. They're all sort of lightly armored. Their armor is all sort of pierced in certain areas. You can see that they have likely all died at some point and been returned.
How many of them can I get in a 30-foot cone as well as Galen?
4 plus Galen.
Or if Galen is still pretty far off, then, or I'm sorry, did you say a number? It cut out.
4. Sorry, yeah, you have
4. Okay.
4 plus Galen that you can catch in a 30-foot cone if you just fire it like centered on him.
Okay. Yeah. So Lazuli will jump onto the ship and position themselves to cast Rhymes Binding Ice.
Oh, this is
And
new.
it is new. So they bring their fingers up to their mouth and blow in a 30-foot cone. They need to make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw.
Okay. You said 17, right?
Correct.
So his crew fails. Galen does succeed.
So his crew is now bound by ice. Their movement speed is dropped to 0, and they need to take an action to break the ice. Or somebody else can help them.
Okay.
And they all take 15 damage. Galen takes half of that.
Okay. Yeah, he gets that dark shield up in front of him and is able to defend most of the damage while his crew takes the brunt of it. Still just lumbering forward towards you guys.
And then do I still have movement, or was that used to get to this point?
You still have movement.
Okay.
Everything began as you sort of made contact with the deck.
So I'll go ahead and wait, was that bonus action or after you cast? I don't think this needs to be a specific type of damage. I think it's any spell. Are any of the crewmates within 10 feet of me?
No. Not yet.
Okay. So I'll use movement to back up and try to let Savas get in front of me. And then that is all.
Okay. That brings us to Miasis. So you're up on the rigging towards the rear of your vessel, and your plan was to sort of swoop down onto the deck of the enemy ship, correct?
Yes, but I thought I was at the front. I thought that's where Isagiri was.
Oh no,
Were we
Isingiri
not?
was leaping onto the front of the enemy vessel from the back of.
Oh,
the-
okay.
okay.
Okay. How I just need to know how high up is where I'm jumping from so that I know how many turns of gliding I have.
You can do 40 or 60 feet. There's 2 separate masts that you can jump from.
I'll do 60 then.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna jump and use my glider. I should be able to see Galen from where I am, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see pretty much the entirety of the deck of the vessel.
Then I'm gonna use one of my BO points for Adeniel
Okay.
and get a +5 to hit with a guaranteed critical strike. With one of my oh, what are those again? The iron arrows?
The iron arrows, yep.
No, wait.
The black iron arrows.
Those didn't do anything to him. A regular arrow. I forgot he phased through my old ones. So let's see. 23 to hit.
That's a hit.
Hey.
Adeniel is the one where you like coordinate with fire, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And do I roll the dice twice or do I just double my roll?
You just double
For
your roll.
criticals,
It's
I
a
forget.
guaranteed crit.
Okay, then 25 damage.
Okay. And I'm sorry, where did you land on the? Or you're still in the air?
I'm still in the air. I'm gliding.
Okay. All right, perfect. Yeah, so you swoop in and you fire that shot. Catches Galen right in the chest, sort of after he deflected Lazili's spell cast. Took him off guard. But now he sort of looks over and he's got those dark eyes centered on you. You notice his face is cracked and broken in certain places with this purple energy sort of seeping out of him. He looks much worse than he did the last time, but somehow more powerful. Anything else, Macy's?
Okay. I don't think so.
Okay.
No. Yeah, nothing else.
Okay. So as you swoop in, Isengiri makes the leap onto the deck underneath you, reaches the front of the ship, and begins attacking Galen's crew at the front of the vessel. He takes 3 separate swings at the first one that he encounters. And 3 hits. One of them is a crit. I'm actually starting to roll good tonight. Hopefully just for your allies.
Yes.
So Isengiri comes through and he completely annihilates the first individual that he comes across. And he's going to use an action surge to make another 3 strikes at the next. Another 3 hits. Takes out 2. Sort of just drops in immediately, pulls that very, very, very long katana-like blade that he has, cuts through clean the first one, and then immediately drops in and takes out the second. He's still faced up with 3 back there, but he seems to be handling himself pretty well. Savas and Bell move in front of you, Lazuli, and begin to engage Galen. So they move within range, within melee range. Savas pulls his blade that has that sort of black-purple glow as well, very similar to what you see sort of with Galen and his ship and his crew and himself, but it's a little different. It's a little brighter. The blade, sort of as he pulls it and begins to attack, has that same sort of Nyxborn like celestial energy to it, where as it passes, it leaves this mist behind that has a very celestial guise to it. He attacks 3 times. Galen deflects 2, but the third one makes contact. Pushes him back a bit, does some damage. Savas is going to use an action surge as well. Take another 3 attacks. Comes back in. Hits twice. So the first 2 in succession make contact with Galen. The third one is deflected as Galen steels himself against the attack. Belle comes from the side and she performs a spell cast. But Galen actually is able to resist the cast. Bringing us to Galen himself. So he's still sort of keeping an eye on where you're at, Mia. You can sort of see him tracking you in the air. But he takes a moment instead to focus on Savas and Belle, who are directly in front of him and engaged. Okay, he pulls that sort of massive spear that he has with him and swings 3 times at Savas. Savas deflects 2 of the attacks. The third one makes contact, does a bit of damage to him. Galen surges as well. He does an additional action. He sort of pulls back for a moment, lifts his foot and stomps onto the deck. You all sort of feel the reverberation of this stomp. But Savas and Bell seem to take the most sort of severe damage from it. Both of them are knocked off their feet and backwards. Basically like right up to where you're standing, Lazuli. They're knocked prone and pretty well shaken up from whatever force he had put down with that stomp. That brings us to Ashi. So this all happened pretty close to you as well. You're just a bit behind Lazuli, having just landed on the deck of the enemy vessel. What would you like to do?
I would like to change into a water elemental.
Okay.
I'm gonna play with my new skill. Why not?
Yeah. Do you have a stat block for the water elemental? Or do you want me to pull something up?
Yeah, I can send
Okay.
this whole page to you.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay.
I do have a question
Sure.
about what whelm at the bottom of action means when it says recharge 4 to 6? What does that mean?
That's the recharge for when you can cast that spell again. Let me see. I'm just make it every 4 turns, so you're not gonna be able to use it for another 4 turns if you use it.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to attack Galen with slam. Oh, I can make 2 slam attacks. Sweet. I'm gonna attempt to do that.
Okay. So using the multi-attack with the water elemental, Ashi immediately transforms into a very large, wet form, sort of spiraling, circulating with water, and throws some attacks. And Galen, go ahead and roll.
Wait, I roll.
Melee weapon attack plus 7 to hit. So just roll a d20, add 7.
16, 23 to hit.
That's a hit.
And then I guess I'll just roll my second one to see how many hit. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15
That does not
to
hit.
hit.
So the first one, so you roll damage for 1 attack.
So 2d8 plus 4. What is a d8? This looks like a d8. Maybe, yes. 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Okay. So yeah, you strike him pretty well with the first attack, soaking him in the process, but he deflects the second one with his shield. Anything else? Water elemental, Ashi?
No.
Okay. Moving on to our good friend Otto.
Yes. Do I see Galen from where I'm standing?
You can sort of just make him out underneath this hulking form of now a water elemental.
Okay. And how far away am I from him?
You said you were towards the back of the ship, correct?
Yeah, the back, a little bit towards the middle, like halfway back.
Halfway back.
Halfway back from the middle. Better wording now.
So on that second deck, sort of by the steering column.
Yeah.
So you'd be a good ways then, about 120 feet or so.
Okay. I can cover 25 walking and is any of my allies nearby that I can cast some inspiration?
The closest allies, so you move 25 feet from where you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my walking speed. Actually, I can use that as a bonus action, so I can walk my full 50.
Okay.
So I can cast a bonus action.
Okay, so that'll put you on the edge of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Okay.
the range on your inspiration? I think it's pretty far.
60 feet.
Yeah, you ish close enough. So I'll let you hit it. Lazuli...
I mean, it doesn't have to be anyone that is engaging with Galen, but anyone that is nearby me.
Yeah, you can. There's nobody else nearby you. You're the only one on that ship. But you can hit Lazuli or Ashi, Savas, Bell, or Miaces actually as well up above.
I'm gonna give it to Ashi since Ashi is in melee combat with Galen. So.
Okay.
Here you go.
So Ashi, make sure you add the Bardic Inspiration. It's a D8, correct?
Sorry,
I
what?
think it's a D10 now.
It's a D10 now. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But since I'm the only one in the ship, I'm gonna make it a. Well, I already did that. I'm leaning more towards the front of the ship now. Yeah.
No, you're. I mean, you're closer to the enemy front. You're still on the
Okay.
back edge
Yeah.
of your ship.
Since I'm the only one standing back there, I want to get a little bit closer. If I can do so from my ship, that's great, but I don't think I can cover the whole range from that, right?
You can just sort of hit the edges depending on the spell casts. Like if you have some spells that are longer range, obviously you can make contact pretty well. But both of these ships are very large. So
I want to cast Vicious Mocker on Galen. As much as I want to fireball the whole thing,
what's
I made it just for him. So
okay? Let's see.
Yeah. that was my whole turn, though.
Okay. Yeah, Vicious Mockery is 60 feet. So if you want to actually do that, you're gonna have to sort of board that enemy vessel and get closer.
I will do that on my next turn.
All right, that brings us to Harmony.
Yeah.
You can type things. You can type things.
Fine.
Or you can talk if you want to.
If you want to.
But
yeah, as long as it's not like painful or making you worse. I trust your judgment. Or kind of.
Rude. Can I turn things into cats yet?
Do you want to try?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm on Macy's though.
Okay, so you're on Mises.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who do you want to try to turn into a cat? This is a bonus action basically for you.
Galen.
So you pull the harp.
Yeah.
Okay. You're in the air on Mises' back, and you let go and you pull the harp out.
Wait, no, I can multitask.
You need 2 hands to play a harp.
I have thighs.
What?
she's hanging on to Mia's with her thighs.
What?
Harmony is a horse girl. Okay.
Tell me how Harmony is attached to Mises right now.
I'm on the head.
So you have your legs wrapped around Mises' head as Mises is trying to glide at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
I have horns you can hold on to.
No.
Okay.
Harmony's legs are wrapped around your head now, as she pulls the harp, and you begin playing.
I don't know. Now you have me scared.
No, you begin playing the harp, and absolutely nothing happens.
Oh, okay. All right. That was my bonus action. So then I guess I can't actually summon anything right now.
You have a full action that you can take.
Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna type.
But you also now have a harp in your hands.
I now have a what?
A harp in your hands.
Oh, I'll just put the heart back in my bag.
Okay, so you have no movement.
I don't think she was planning to move anyways.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I'm very
just so
comfy.
we're clear. Yeah, sure.
But just so everyone knows, Macy's can move their head.
Well, when we get to Mia's turn, we'll see how that goes.
I unlatched my legs.
No, you already used all your movement.
No.
What's your action, Harmony?
Macy's can move their head.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Why are you laughing like that?
I'm not laughing like that. I'm just laughing. You're in the air. Above the deck. Got Isengiri towards the front of the enemy ship. He's fighting 3 enemies. There's a number of other enemies. Some of them are moving to engage with Ripley's crew on the south side of the vessel.
I want to summon things. Can I summon things?
What would you
I
like to
have
summon?
60 feet to do that. So can I do that?
Yeah, you can summon it towards the deck of the ship.
I want to summon 4 pixies and then 4 of my puppies.
You can't mix them up. You have to choose one or the other.
What do you mean I can't mix them up?
You can't mix them up. You have to pick what you want to summon, and then it dictates how many you summon depending on what the creature is.
This is the worst life. That ruins my whole entire plan.
Oh no. Remember when I said, do you have any questions?
You were ignoring me.
Not true.
I have a chat log that proves it.
Just because you said stop ignoring me doesn't mean I was actually ignoring you. You didn't actually ask me anything.
Do I want to summon pixies or dogs? Glassy.
mean, both are good in their own right. Do you want to fuck with people or do you want to kill people?
¿Por qué no los dos?
We've already gone
If
over
you
this.
want
No,
to,
stop. Yeah,
if you want to kill people, summon the dogs. If you want to fuck with people, summon the pixies.
All right, pixies. Let's do pixies for once.
Okay.
How many am I allowed to have?
I believe it summons 8.
Okay. I don't have a sheet though for pixies.
I can send you the block. Each one of them can cast Polymorph once a day. One sec. I'll just send you the thing.
Yeah, I know about the polymorph thing, but outside of that.
Where do you want to summon them while I'm sending this to you?
I'll be honest, I have no idea which ship.
The lower one.
I think they would have to be directly under us because I'm still 60 feet
Yeah,
up in the air.
They'd have to be
from
directly
gliding.
down.
Yeah.
You can just barely reach
So-
the deck.
Okay. Well, I mean, they can fly.
Yeah.
So just 60 feet below us, I guess.
Do you want them all sort of in a tight little pack?
No. They would die. Like, kind of scattered.
So you could probably put like 5 feet between each. Drop them in like a circle.
Okay.
Is this no? Just having this trouble finding the stat block. Give me a sec. These are all the wrong stat blocks. Okay. We're going to use this one. And so they all have their superior visibility when you cast them as the summon. And is that your turn, Harmony?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, why does this one not have polymorph on it?
None of them have polymorph on there, but I know that they do have polymorph, so just add 1 per day polymorph.
The
with
one I have does.
Which one do you have? Post it.
Yeah, 1 second. It's on mobile, so let's. I mean, we can also keep rolling, and this can just be. Or are they next?
No, they don't get to do anything on this turn. It'll be the next turn that Harmony gets to utilize them. They're just conjured.
Yeah. Tabletop, chat, image. This is the long part. Select the image, send it, load. Okay, there it is.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's also the wrong one. I don't know where the summoned one is because that one has way too many things. But they can have all those things. Like they shouldn't have Phantasmal Force or some of this stuff. But
yeah, I don't know.
I'm okay with it. Yeah.
I think this one just like combines a bunch of shit together.
Yeah, and I don't feel like digging through the monster manual for the Pixie Steplex, so we'll just use that. It's totally cool. Okay. Siren, I don't want to hear it. Obrek, you're up. So you're on the south side of the ship with Ripley's crew towards the back of Galen's vessel, correct?
Right. I think Obrex, unless someone else in Ripley's crew is a cleric or does cleric things, Obrek would cast a bless on the 3 nearest crewmates.
Okay. It'd be Ripley, Shalier, and Lael.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Anything else? You want to use your movements or your?
No.
Other actions?
Obrek would be staying safely in the back.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're on the immediate next turn, so you want to like stick with them. I'd allow you to like probably hold action with movement if you want to follow them.
Yeah, then that would be better. Yep.
Cool. Okay. And that's Obrek's turn for now?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So immediately following that, Ripley sort of gives a couple quick orders and begins to engage. The group of you move down along the deck of the ship. You position above where Galen is. You still stay on that upper deck towards the lower staircase. Shalier and Lael move down. Ripley stays up top with you. She arms her shoulder cannons and takes a couple shots at the back of Galen. They both connect, striking him once in the shoulder and once in the lower back, doing pretty significant damage, almost knocking him down, but he remains on his feet. There's 2 shots from behind, as another member of Ripley's crew fires a couple bolts, striking one of Galen's crew. Doing pretty good damage as well, not killing him though. And the rest of the crew engages off to the upper left side of the ship towards the back and starts fighting with some of those crew members up there. So we're going to come back around to you, Lizzie, but as your turn is coming up, the lower section of the ship sort of opens up, and you see this like black, ominous, dark purple glow coming from down below, and you get this familiar sort of sense of dread as the Erebos priestess that you had encountered during your time in Neolantin steps out onto the deck, and 3 of her priestesses are in tow. She hasn't engaged yet, but she's sort of dropping herself on the field, taking stock of everything that's going on. What would you like to do?
So is she clearly about to join?
She's got that blade drawn. She hasn't really made any action yet. She's sort of taking stock of things.
Okay, and then with the other crew members that are on the ship, I guess I'll just say I would like to cast Storm Sphere, but I would like to not kill the pixies. It's a 20-foot radius.
Well, here's the thing: the pixies are invisible, and you didn't really.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't even know if the pixies are there. Technically, like Lizzie has no idea that these things have been summoned.
Fantastic.
So I'm not going to tell you exactly where they are either. But if you'd like to cast that spell,
seeing the priestess come up and still being rather bitter just with how that kind of all went down. They may not have engaged yet, but Lazuli is going to assume that they will. And they are going to place the Storm Sphere right at that entrance.
Okay. Let's see.
So 20-foot radius, whirling air. Concentration lasts a minute. Each creature in the sphere, when it appears or ends their turn there, must succeed a strength saving throw.
Okay. They're just hovering in the air, Siren. They're not like far in the air. You drop them on the deck of the ship. We talked about this when you summoned them. But what was the saving throw again? Sorry.
DC 17, strength.
17. Okay. The priestess Delilah makes the save. 2 of her priestesses fail. 1 saves.
Okay. The 2 priestesses take 5 bludgeoning damage. And then the sphere's space is difficult terrain.
Okay.
And
Harmony,
then until the spell
Harmony,
ends, I can. Oh, go ahead.
you feel 2 of your pixies dissipate, destroyed within this corner of the sphere.
I'm so sorry.
So you have 6 remaining. It was an accident. Lazuli did not know you cast it. Couldn't see them. Continue, Lazuli.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the sphere. I get advantage on anybody inside the sphere.
Okay.
And so it's just 1 target.
These poor pixies like materialize into existence and then moments later just electrocuted to death.
I am going to who do I want to attack? Yeah, we'll go for the main priestess. And that is a 22 to hit.
That's a hit.
And she is going to take 12 lightning damage.
Okay. She takes the damage, sort of just like almost shrugs it off and slowly turns and focuses her ire on you, Lazuli.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
And that is my turn.
Okay. That brings us to Miaces. So,
Yep.
Miaces, you do have Harmony's legs wrapped around your face at the moment. Sort of happened very suddenly as you heard a bit of a strange tune being played above you. What do you mean it's not like wrapped? You're holding on to Miaces' head as you're soaring through the air. You can't just sit on his head and not fall. your legs are wrapped. Yeah, no, that's not how this works. No. You are in the air, soaring on a glider. So yes, your head is currently being squeezed. I'm gonna say that your sight isn't blocked, but a bit obscured suddenly.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I don't have. Do I have disadvantage or anything
Well, first I'm gonna
on
ask
my
you
next
what you
roll?
want to do, because I mean,
want to
Harmony
cast.
just pointed out that those thighs are real strong, so your circulation is also starting to.
I want to cast. I want to use Anaa. I want to try to blind Galen so bad.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead. You won't have disadvantage or anything on that.
Yeah, because I mean, like technically it's Phi, right?
Yeah, it's fine. So you're channeling Phi. I'd say you can use the adrenaline of the situation and the interaction with Galen at this time. You can resist. There's
Okay.
no horse girl thing. There's no horse girl thing. You are a fairy squeezing the head of your friend.
He needs to make a DC 15 save then. I don't
Succeeds with a nat 20.
Oh god, okay. Well, he's
Sorry.
blinded for 2 turns at least, so people get advantage on hitting him.
Okay. And he has disadvantage on his next, I believe, right? Yeah.
Let me make sure. I think he should.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And I don't remember. Is that a bonus action or an action?
Let me double check my list here.
Thank you.
It is. That's an action.
Okay. Then I'm not. Actually, do I still have those cantrips from my backstory?
Yeah.
Is guidance a bonus action? Or is that again an action?
Let me double check. I believe it's an action.
Okay, never mind then. I'll just I'm good for now.
Okay. You're as far as your movement, you're still sort of descending, or are you trying to like where are you positioned now?
I'm kind of just hovering above as I slowly descend.
So you're like
Just
circling?
kind of yeah, I'm just circling
Okay.
around the middle.
Okay. I forget what's our descent on that. I'd say you
5 feet per turn.
cool. Okay. Perfect. All right, and that brings us to Isengiri. So Isengiri is at the back of the ship, still fighting off Galen's crew. He takes 2 successive. Ooh, another nat 20. So 2 successive 3 swing attacks. Immediately strikes down, completely obliterates one of the 3 that he's engaged with. Swings that katana back around. Another 3 hits. And does significant damage against another one. Doesn't completely kill him, but sort of wounds him and strikes him back. So Isengiri is pretty much holding his own very well up there. Savas and Bell use their movement to pull themselves back to their feet and back into range of Galen. Savas is going to use one of his abilities. Takes 2 swings. The first one is sort of a distractionary swing at Galen, which Galen deflects. The second one strikes his leg. Does significant damage. Galen sort of falls to a knee. Doesn't completely go down, but seems like he's set some negative status effect against him from the strike. Bell sees the Erebos priestess climbing the stairs with her priestess as she turns and casts a couple spells at them within that storm sphere. So she casts these chilling spells. One of them connects with one of the priestesses in the back, does damage. The second one is resisted by the priestess herself. And Belle's going to move a little bit. She's going to stay within range. Terrence, and I'm not even going to address that siren. Belle falls back, moves sort of half within the range of Galen and within the Erebos priestess, sort of ready to defend if she has to against them. Galen now. He's going to target you in the air, Miaces. He sort of throws the spear back, drives it into the ground, and throws his arms forward and up into the air. You see this sort of spectral purplish black energy seep out of his fingertips and solidify into what look like shadowy chains.
Oh, great.
Shadowy what?
He launches this, so basically he raises his hands. This sort of purplish black energy seeps out of his fingertips, becomes these very solid, dark, shadowy chains. 6 of them. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Can I have here that I can try to dodge attacks midair. Can I try that real fast?
You have what, sorry?
On my glider, you said that I can do a dex check to dodge attacks while I'm midair. Can I try that first?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's just roll and add my dex, right?
Yep, just roll an add your dexterity bonus against his.
Dirty 20.
That is that fail with a 25 on him.
Okay. And then a strength saving throw, you said, right?
Strength saving throw, yeah. So you attempt to dodge, and he sort of manipulates the change to come back around.
An 8.
So he sort of predicts your movements and gives a grin to you, a very dark grin as those chains make contact and latch onto you. You immediately feel this dark pulse of energy through your body.
Could I react and try to shake Phi off? Not Phi, sorry. Harmony off real fast.
I mean, you already used like a thing to sort of try to dodge.
Right.
So yeah,
okay.
that's a
fair.
little too much for the turn. But Harmony will have a chance to react in a moment. But it doesn't do a ton of damage. So it does 7 points of damage to you as the energy strikes. But he does give a yank on those chains to try and drag you down. You're still like your glider is unaffected. It's sort of wrapped around your body. Didn't make contact with the glider itself, but it yanks you down and out of your flight about 25 feet. And
okay.
maintains a hold on you. So you're gonna have to try and break out of that on your next turn as well.
So, am I like all the way down on the deck, or am I just down 25 feet from
Just
where I
down
was?
25 feet from where you were. So,
So 30 feet.
30 feet up. Yep.
Okay.
And that's it for Galen. The rest of his crew sort of moves up to engage. A couple of them take some swings to Disengary, who seems to be deflecting pretty well in the back. Obrecht, from behind you, you hear a latch open, and there's a small hatch at the rear of the ship towards the center. You see some of Galen's crew climbing out, these sort of like purple-eyed, Erebos-infused sailors. Two of them pop out of the hatch, and it sounds like there's more down below. They hop up and get within about 15 feet from you, but they're not close enough to take any actions at this time. So just keep them in mind.
All right.
Now, not Otto, Ashi.
What is within like 5 feet of me, or what all is within 5 feet of me?
You still got Galen.
Is there anyone else?
There is one other of his crew that is within 5 feet towards his back that just moved up into range.
Okay, I would like to use Whelm.
Okay.
Everyone needs to make a DC 15 strength saving throw. That's within 5 feet of me, I think. That's what
Okay.
this says.
The crewmate fails, Galen succeeds.
So I can roll damage for the crewmate.
Yep. Or is it no damage on a successful save?
It says on a failure, a target takes 2d8 plus 4 bludgeoning damage, and if they are large or smaller, they're pulled into the element space until there is no more room. So I assume Galen does not get pulled in because he passed the check.
Yes.
Darn. All right, let me roll for this person. Ooh. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Okay. And it's pulled into you, correct?
Yes, which I believe that means they can't breathe if they're inside the water.
Yep.
Unless they can breathe underwater.
They absolutely could not.
And I still can do a second attack.
Yep.
Alright, so I'm just gonna use slam at Galen.
Okay.
So that is a 20.
That's a hit.
And then
Is it a nat 20 or before
it was a
you?
nat 20.
There it is. Yep.
So crit.
Oh.
Roll
What
damage and
does
double it.
crit usually do again?
Roll damage and double it.
Alright, so that's 4, 6, that's 10 plus. That's 14 times 2.
28. Okay. So that massive water elemental that used to be Ashi somehow still is on some level. Completely absorbs one of the crewmates that's sort of being cycled around inside the elemental's form.
Like
As
a
they
washing machine.
just like a washing machine. As they strike down at Galen, who's unable to resist the attack, it takes a pretty significant amount of damage, pushes him back as well. It seems like he's also affected by that wound that Savas gave him against his leg. He gives off like a very intimidating growl, and he uses one of his actions to retaliate. Let's see what he casts. 7. Shadow Fire. So he sort of grips both chains with one hand, pulls his left hand away, and retaliates against you, Ashi, with Shadow Fire. You see this purplish black flame materialize from the palm of his hand and absorb you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw with the elementals chart. So
for a saving throw, do I roll a d20 and then add something to it?
+2.
+2. All right. 13.
Okay. That
Did I not
is
pass?
no, you passed.
Okay, good.
Just barely.
Just barely. I was like 13. That's not great.
So you're still gonna take damage, but it's gonna be halved. And for Shadowfire, it is really good that you made that save. So you take 9 points of damage.
Okay. I'm using the HP or the hit points that's on this
Yeah,
water elemental
so
thing.
114. Yep, so just deduct 9 from that,
Yeah.
and that's where you're at right now. And is that your turn, Ashi?
Yes.
Okay, that brings us back around to Otto.
Okay. I'm gonna get a little bit closer to the enemy ship. Can I?
You're
board it?
on the edge of the vessel that you're on currently, so if you wanna like hop over, you can do that. You can use your movement to get aboard the enemy vessel.
Okay. Does that make me get within 30 feet of Galen?
You'd be. Let me pull up the other. So your positioning is here. So no, you're still about 75 feet from Galen's position.
75.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any concentration of enemies that I see anywhere?
So to your left and towards the front of Galen's vessel, Isengiri is locked with 2. There's also the Erebos priestess and her priestesses that had moved up from below deck that are currently within that storm sphere that Lazuli cast.
Oh, they're below deck? Just them?
They're above deck, having just moved from below deck.
Oh, above. Okay. If I cast a fireball there, would I hit more than one?
You hit all of them. So yeah, I know. the priestess plus her 3.
All right. I'm gonna cast a fireball onto them then.
Okay.
Actually, are they within 30 feet?
No. But
Okay, so it's a fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's a fireball then. Dexterity 17.
Oh boy. So Otto comes swinging onto the ship, drops a fireball down. And let me throw some saves. The priestess saves. They all save.
Okay. We're still gonna take half the damage, yeah?
Yep.
Well, the total was 33.
33. Okay. And that's halved. Harmony.
Oh no!
Three more of your pixies are turned to dust. The fireball strikes down.
I had no idea.
You have 3. Yeah, no, they're invisible, and you had no idea they were cast. See, you have 3 remaining. They're invisible. They're invisible. Oh man, is that your turn, Otto?
Did anyone else here take any damage other than Ashi on the last turn?
Mia, you took a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I took
Emma-
7.
Oh, you only took 7 damage?
Right, Bird? It was
Yeah,
only 7.
It was just 7. Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna save this then. I'm gonna be holding on to it.
Okay.
I will give you though a bardic inspiration if you're within
Hell
my
yeah.
range.
Yeah, you can definitely have
Hey, cool.
to D10. All right.
And that's just to Eddie check?
Yep. Any
it?
any check, any saving throw.
Cool.
Ability check, attack roll, saving throw. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, that brings us to Harmony. They don't know that your pixies are there. They can't see them. But you do still have 3.
Man, I do wonder why I leveled up right now if I didn't kill anything.
No. What's your action, Harmony? What are you doing on this turn? I will also let you know that since Miaces was sort of obscured by these chains and grappled, you can attempt to assist if you'd like to use a bonus action to sort of try and break them. Okay. Okay. I'd say with Agony, go ahead and roll two attacks. D20s to make the strikes, and then it's a if you connect, it's a D6 plus 4 for the damage. Two and 17. Okay, so the first strike just it connects with the chains but can't quite break through. Second one does. So you can go ahead and roll D6, add 4. Miaces, you can definitely feel the dark energy of Agony also take effect
Great.
above.
Awesome.
Okay. So yeah, you connect. You start to sort of cut through, but it doesn't quite get all the way through the chains. They're still held. No, as Agony makes contact, it's sort of at odds with the energy of these chains. You still have an action and movement if you choose. What do you mean, how big of a thing? What would you like to do with them? Animal. What do you mean? What action would you like the pixies to take? polymorph. What do you what's your target for polymorph? You want to hit the Erebos priestess and her priestesses? Okay. And what are you trying to turn them into? Yeah, get out of here, Classy. No meta knowledge. Seahorses.
How big of seahorse?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can attempt a polymorph for a seahorse. What's your spell save DC, Harmony? It'd be towards the bottom of your app. If you get your app open, it's toward the bottom where your spell listing is, on like the upper left corner of the spell box. It'll say your spell save DC. 15. Okay. Oh, there's no water around unless they get sucked up into Ashi. They'd just be flopping around on the deck.
Launch seahorses.
They're gonna suffocate.
That's the
awful.
plan.
Rescue
Yep.
fairies.
That's the plan.
Oh my god.
2 of them fail. So the 2 priestesses in the back fail. The priestess does resist. Just barely.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Some invisible force. Some invisible force. Go ahead. It turns 2 of the 3 priestesses behind the main priestess into seahorses. They immediately change form, flop onto the staircase and down the stairs into the lower end of the decks.
Oh my god.
Damn. I was hoping they would get whipped up in the storm.
They're not close enough to Ashi just yet.
It's gonna be within like 5 feet. in
No,
order to
the storm
actually get-
sphere. My storm sphere, not Ashi.
Oh.
Oh, no. So what is your action now? Because that's your pixies. No what? Oh yeah, they would lose concentration on the invisibility, so they are visible now. Your 3 remaining pixies. And they've all used their 1 polymorph for the day.
I mean, they poof after. We can't see them. They poofed.
Murdered. Murdered. Do you have an action that you would like to take, Harmony? No.
You
wanna-
still have an attack.
You
Yeah,
can cast a
Chains
spell,
was
you
a
can attack
bonus
something.
thing.
You can unwrap your legs from Misty's head. You have a lot of options.
Yeah, you could like fly off so that the chains don't, do some weird shit to Agony, maybe.
Or so Agony doesn't do some weird shit to me.
Yeah, I would also appreciate that.
Yeah, you're close enough so that you can fly down, and you sort of use the momentum of the glider as well to reach Galen. So you can multi-attack with Agony, so roll 2 attacks.
You should also have advantage because he's blinded right now, right, Bird?
Yep, Yep, you do.
So you can re-roll. Oh no!
So yeah, the first one he deflects with the shield, but the second one, nope, the second one also. If that's your 15 is your highest, no contact. So it deflects both of the attacks with agony. And is that your turn, Harmony? Yes. That brings us around to Obrick.
All right. So Ulrich notices the guys coming from below, and he are there any Give me a second.
No
Is there
worries.
any crew near or advanced crew near those where those guys came up, like in
No.
a 10-foot radius? Okay.
No, yeah,
And,
Vance's crew is up in front of you. These guys are about 15 feet behind and to your left.
okay. Then Ulrich is going to call down a flame strike
Oh, okay.
on those two.
Okay, my dice here.
I think that's a DC. It's a Dex DC of 16.
I believe so. I'm gonna double check, but I believe so. Yes. And that's radiant damage, correct?
Radiant. It's on a success is 4D. Or yeah, 46 fire and 46 radiant.
They all fail.
All right. Cool. That's
These guys are about to get obliterated.
yeah, that's going to be 15 fire damage
Okay.
and 12 radiant damage.
Okay, and you definitely notice that radiant damage has a significant effect against these guys. So the flame strike comes down immediately. The whole party, you see this strike, this glowing, bright flame come down from the clouds of the storm above, strike three of these guys in the back, just completely encompasses them in this cylinder of flame. Glows brighter on the second, and you sort of hear the anguish shouts as they completely dissolve. Sort of glowing with the flames that cracks out, burns out the purples of their eyes, and turns them to ash. There was also one guy climbing up the ladder below them that is within range of that as well. So you hear the shout as well from that hatch underneath as a fourth takes damage and is likely dissolved as well. Ripley sort of like turns around as the strike takes place. For a second, she's sort of stunned. For like her eyes are pretty wide. She looks at you and just sort of gets her wits back about her and nods. Continues her focus. This is the first time they've really seen you in action, and that's one hell of a entry. Is that your turn, Obrick?
Yes, that is my turn.
Okay. Do you wanna hold position with Ripley's crew?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanna move with them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just gonna assume that you're like holding movement to keep in tow with them, unless you say otherwise.
Yep.
Cool.
That would be fair.
All right. So Ripley's crew now is going to take some actions as well. Ripley's going to hop down and move to engage the Erebos priestess and her priestesses. She fires 2 shots from her shoulder cannons. Both connect with the priestess, sort of once in the shoulder and once to the stomach, knocking her backwards. She still steels herself against the damage. Again, doesn't even seem like she's really phased. Like she takes the impact, and it budges her a bit, but doesn't seem to really take effect. The rest of Ripley's crew fires a volley of shots. The water ganassi up above casts at 2 of the crew, sort of flanking behind Galen, makes some contact there. And you can see another one of Ripley's crew, a very roguish-like woman, up in the rigging of the ship, firing arrows down as well. This brings us back around to Lazuli. Lazuli, sort of right before you're about to take your action, the water from the opposite side of the ship back where your vessel was, starts to like gurgle and bubble. Looking out at it, it seems like something is rising from beneath the surface, and it rocks the other vessel enough that it breaks contact, and the vessel that you boarded with starts to break free and is shifting away. You can see Askelos at the wheel with Sad Ted trying to maintain control of the vessel, but it's being thrust backwards at the force of whatever is pulling itself up from underneath the surface of the water. What would you like to do?
So the boat just got rocked. I presume I can't see anything coming up yet.
You can't see anything coming up. You just see sort of the circulation of the water and very chaotic sort of energy. The water is gurgling and bubbling, and small whirlpools are forming in various areas, indicating that something large is approaching from beneath.
Okay. We are going to. Did the Erebus priestess move out of the sphere?
No,
Oh.
they are all still stuck.
If they ended their turn there, they need to take, I think it's 2d6 bludgeoning. Need to open it back up. Yeah, so if they ended their turn there, they take 2d6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Which is gonna be 9.
9 damage? Okay. Okay.
And the priestess still seems like she's really not taken much.
Taking a quick gaze at her, she just barely looks like she even cares at any of these things being thrown at her right now.
Cool. So did she only have 2 priestesses with her, or were there more?
There were 3. 2 of them turned into seahorses and fell into the lower decks. So there's just
All
one
right.
remaining.
One of them remaining. We are going to keep trying on making this priestess feel anything. And hit her with chromatic orb.
Okay.
Um,
What's your damage hit?
just a range attack. We are going to try. I almost just want to go down the line. Why can't I read? Where did it go? Let's try cold.
Okay.
17?
Does not hit.
Damn. We'll use the bonus action to have the storm sphere strike out at the remaining priestess.
Okay.
With a lightning strike. And that is 28
To hit. That's
to
a
hit. And so she's going to take 17 lightning damage.
17 lightning. Gotcha.
And I think I'm going to move a little bit more in towards the center of the ship and away from the edge.
Okay. So you want to move towards the priestess, towards the storm sphere?
So the way that I'm imagining it at the moment is more just like swinging around, keeping distance, but just putting some distance between me. I guess I don't know.
So you've got
Because I don't want to move.
On your right hand side, you sort of got Ashi the Elemental and Galen, as well as Savas and Bell sort of squared up. If you move off to your left, you have the Erebos priestess moving up from the center of the ship.
What if I just move directly forward?
That would still put you like you'd either move directly towards her, directly towards Galen, or move between the two.
How far am I from the rail at the moment?
You're still just about 15 feet from the rail. You had stepped backwards after you boarded a bit to get behind Savas and Bell.
I want to keep the distance split, so I'm not moving closer to Galen, not moving closer to the priestess, but moving like 5 more feet away from the railing.
Okay. That's fine. I put you a little bit closer to them, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I just
okay.
Yeah, would like a slight buffer.
Cool.
Yeah, that was all my stuff. I'm done.
All right. That brings us back to Miasis. So if you'd like, you can make another attempt, a strength saving throw to break out of the chains.
Yeah. For Bardic Inspiration, I use it after I roll before I know the result, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna use my Bardic Inspiration because I rolled an 11.
Okay.
That's an 18 now?
That's a success. So yeah, you're able to sort of just
Awesome.
like thrust your arms out and break those chains.
Do I still have an action or was that my action?
That can be bonus, so you can still have an action.
Okay. Then we're gonna do the attack that gives me a guaranteed critical strike again.
Okay.
And I want to try to aim for that knee that he's favoring, the one that Savas hit.
Okay.
And do I still have advantage on him?
You do.
That's 2 turns, right?
You do.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
This would be the last one.
$24 to hit.
That's a hit.
With 13 damage.
Okay. You do notice it seems to have a little bit more of an effect against him at the moment.
Cool. And then I want to fly a little further back from him so that I'm not.
So
I don't even know how close he pulled me to him, but I want to use my glider to get a little further away.
you want to glide over him and like pass him towards the back of the ship?
Yes.
Okay. So you're about 25 feet up still.
Yes.
Okay. So as you approach that second deck, it's about 10 feet up above the main deck as well. So as you get closer to that, you're going to be really like close to sort of hitting the surface. Just so you know.
That's fine.
Okay.
So I'll be at like 15 feet above that deck.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. 10 as you come into the next turn. If you continue in that
Yep.
motion.
Yep.
Okay. And where's Fi currently?
Fi is flying alongside me. She had just did the arrow thing because
Right.
I synced
At
up
Danielle.
with her for that.
Yep.
Yeah, and she's flying away with me.
Okay. And that's your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Brings us back to Isengiri. So Isengiri still is engaged with some of Galen's forces in the back of the front of the ship. Sorry. He's 1, 2, 3. Got these guys. 2, 3. Okay, so he makes another 2 very successful strikes and finishes off the individuals that he's engaged with, and begins to move to assist with the engagement against the Erebos Priestess. As Savas and Bell are reaching in to engage with Galen, you all see from that side of the ship that you had boarded from, and on the opposite side now, these very purplish black shadowy tentacles start to rise up out of the water. Dozens, if not more of them, begin to surface as you see the shadow of something large about to break the surface of the water. Savas takes note, but he still holds his engagement with Galen. The two of them lock blades for a moment. Galen successfully deflecting attacks from Savas, who makes another attempt to break through. One of them strikes against the shield, the other one connects, does some damage. Bell takes another couple spell casts at the Erebos Priestess. Makes contact, does a little bit of damage, but again, this priestess seems readily unaffected. Which brings us back around to Galen. He's going to bonus action with the shield. He sort of takes to a knee, slams into the ground, and with a force throws Savas back. He targets you again, Miaces. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
God. Okay. I only get Bardic Inspiration for one thing, right?
Yep, once you use it, it's
Okay.
gone.
That's fine. 23.
Okay. So you see this energy. This time it's very orange, almost fiery, begin to take effect around you as Galen's eyes glow with that sort of dark reddish orange instead of the purple or in front of the purple as it was. Begins to try and cast a spell that almost begins to sort of slow your movement and encage you. You're at a decent enough speed with the glider that you're able to sort of push through and break the spell cast. And you hear him sort of howl with rage from underneath, still clearly focused his ire on you.
Get fucked, Galen.
He's going to use an action surge. And with this bellowing roar, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. All right. 15.
So you're struck with this almost sonic energy. You almost black out for a moment, and it throws you back towards the side of the ship to where you are over the water now, with those sort of tentacles rising up around you. You avoid contact with them, but you drop another 5 feet. And you take 6 damage as your ears are ringing from the impact of this bellowing roar that he sent in your way.
5 damage, you said? 6 damage?
6 damage.
Thank
And you're about 5 feet away from the edge of the ship over the water currently.
Yeah. Great. Okay.
That brings us back around to Ashi.
So what exactly is in the water?
You're not sure exactly what's in the water, but you do see these sort of tentacle-like appendages coming up out of the water. They're not exactly like, they don't look like squid tentacles or cracking tentacles. They're just these tentacle-like wisps of purplish black energy that resembles that sort of Erebos infused energy that you see in Galen and his enemies and the priestess as well.
Okay. I'm gonna attack Galen again.
Okay.
With just regular what are those punch things called? Slam, nothing. 7, I assume that doesn't hit.
7 to hit. Are you adding the +7?
Oh wait, I have a +7, don't I?
Yep. You
so
roll
14.
and then add 7. That misses.
Someone does or doesn't?
Does not make contact. He sort of
Does
deflects
not.
with his shield and prevents the damage. You can make a second attack.
17.
Also doesn't make contact.
Jeez.
So he still resists that shield, sort of blocking most of the damage and preventing the strikes as you slam those 2 elemental fists down onto him twice. His crew member is still sort of trapped in the center of your elemental form, spinning chaotically.
Sucks to be him.
Is that your turn, Ashi? You want to still stay in the position that you're in?
Yeah.
Okay. Otto.
Yes. I want to get a little bit in range of Galen.
Okay.
It's a little bit closer.
How close do you want to get?
60 feet.
Okay.
Am I gonna make it in this turn?
Yeah. You can reach within 60 feet. That's fine.
Okay.
With your full movement.
So I am gonna cast Vicious Mockery on him.
Okay. What's your mockery? You have these prepared, correct?
I got a few. Yeah. I've heard that life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die. I guess you've been seeing a movie for a good few years now, huh?
That's awful. It's what's
Although that's one of them.
sure what's the DC?
17.
Oh man. He successfully makes the save as he just sort of glances confused at this little halfling throwing out pretty terrible insults.
Terrible?
Yeah, that was pretty terrible on this as insults go.
Okay. You're gonna see the next one then.
You just step that up.
That's a 4 damage.
Okay. And is that your turn, Otto? Your mockery?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Airboss Priestess finally breaks out of the sphere, pushing out and makes a move towards you, Lazuli.
All right.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as she reaches her fist out towards you.
Can I cast counter spell?
Yeah. What level does she have to? Does she have an opportunity to resist?
I'm not gonna increase it, so it's just at. So it's 3rd level or lower, it fails. But if it's higher, it's if it's casting 4th or higher, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. Okay, so then I make an ability check if it's higher than 4. Or 4 or higher. Is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Damn. 12. No. Counter doesn't work.
Okay. So yeah, you attempt to make the counter. She sort of glows even brighter as you try to prevent the spell cast, and she pushes right through your energy.
And you said it's a con save?
Constitution save.
Oh, I actually have that. That doesn't matter. 11.
Okay. So as her hand reaches out, you see it glow with this very almost lavender purple. You feel that same energy start to form around your chest and constrict. You take 11 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. And then for concentration save, what's that?
It'd be your constitution.
Okay, so just regular con, not a saving throw. 18.
Okay,
Though, so I think I
maintain con. Yep, maintain the
Yeah.
concentration. Okay. And she's using her full movement to still slowly approach. Her priestess is still held within that storm sphere, so you can roll the damage.
Okay, 2 bludgeoning. 6 bludgeoning.
Okay. And that brings us to Harmony. What would you like to do on this turn, Harmony? Okay. 2 swings with Agony. What you got? A nat 1? Oh boy. Okay. So the first one he blocks with his shield. With his other hand, his spear is still driven into the ground alongside him. He reaches forward and grabs your wrist on that second swing, and is going to attempt to pull Agony from your grip. I need you to make a strength check, Harmony. So d20 plus your strength modifier. Not a saving throw, it's a check. So your standard strength. Okay. And for Mr. Galen. So he pulls on this sort of dark force, and you feel your fingers begin to loosen at the grip of agony. And he successfully sort of wrestles it from your grip, grasping on the sort of tendril like appendages that wrap around your arm, almost fight and try to resist him, but he is able to successfully grasp the blade and wield it. Is that your turn, Harmony? Are your pixies still up?
There should be 3 up.
There's 3 up still, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They can't polymorph anymore, but they can still do any of those other once per day actions. I couldn't remember if they all got dissolved or murdered in the chaos. You can go off of the one that Glassy posted. So confusion, dancing lights. There's really no need for detect evil and good. You know how that works on this deck. Detect thoughts, dispel magic, entangle. They already fly. Like this stat block is so weird. Pixies just have flight, so they don't need to cast fly. Phantasmal
I mean, they could
force.
cast fly on someone else.
True, I guess they could. Phantasmal force, not polymorph anymore, or sleep. Yes. So you create these. You want all 3 of them to cast dancing lights, right? Okay, so that's 12 sort of torch-sized orbs of light appear and hover in the air around Galen. Anything else already? Okay. We're going to call that your turn. You want to stay where you are? You don't want to use movement? How far you want to move? This will give him an attack of opportunity. So they'll be able to take a swing at you as you try to move. Okay, they'll stay put. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, definitely think about what you want to do on the next turn. We'll get back to you. Miaces, over the water, you see this massive shadow start to appear. Something is sort of bubbling up out of the surface of the water, and you start to see massive, curled, very very like finely polished horns begin to rise out of the surface of the water. More of those sort of black wisping like tendrils start to appear, and with your position, you have sort of a closer look at them. They have that same Nyx energy, so that celestial sort of cosmic like view to them, where you can see these stars of the sky within these tentacles as they rise up out of the water. Make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Who's making the save?
Mises.
26.
Okay. So 2 of those tentacles whip out and attempt to make a grasp at you, but you're able to sort of swing with your dodge to the side and avoid the strikes. And I'd say you can center out back in the same location.
Okay, cool.
The opposite vessel, the vessel that you had boarded from Escalos' ship, is buffeted by those tentacles and driven even further away, as he's still wrestling, trying to maintain control of the vessel. You can see more of those tentacles rising up on the opposite side of the ship as well, wrapping around the essence of Ripley's spectral vessel that she had erupted from underneath the water with as well, bringing us back to Obrek.
All right. Yeah, so those tentacles coming out of the water, kind of concerning.
A bit. It is kind of a normal day for Harmony, isn't it? Just another Monday night.
But yeah, Olbrich will attack the nearest tentacle in a bit of a panic
Okay.
with a guiding bolt.
Okay.
Going to be 19?
19 to hit. That's a hit.
19 hit, yep. And then okay, that's going to be 12 radiant damage.
Okay. Makes contact with the tentacle. You don't see that it does any significant damage.
Okay, that's
Just continues
concerning.
rising up out of the surface of the water. And there are dozens of these sort of emanating from the water as well. Anything else, Obrek?
No, that'll be it. He'll just kind of be, concernedly looking towards the tentacles now.
Okay. Ripley, from down on the lower side of the deck, angles another couple shots from her shoulder cannons at the Airboss Priestess, now sort of facing her side. Oof. The Priestess sort of acknowledges the attacks and swings her blade to the side and cuts both of those projectiles out of the air as they try to strike, neither making contact. Ripley sort of continues charging forward. She shouts a couple orders, requesting that you follow her, Obrek, as well as the Drow Elf behind you, your friend Frederick. She shouts some orders up at the rogue up in the rigging, who starts firing shots at those tentacles in rapid succession, trying to make contact. Bringing us back to Lazuli. Now, as you are taking your action, Lazuli, you see a massive hulking form start to appear from the surface of the water. It takes form of a golden crown with these massive curled horns, dark gray skin, shriveled torso. I'm going to give you the image as
Are we about to meet death?
the god of death himself, Erebus, begins to
Oh
surface
boy.
over the level of the water. His gaze directly upon Galen's vessel and the group of you.
God damn. All right. That's not intimidating at all.
As you're about to take your action, his arm rises out and cracks this massive shadowy whip. What would you like to do, Lazuli?
I think Man, Lazuli probably curses and like moves further away from that side of the ship, even though it does literally nothing. And also puts me closer to things. And then I mean, I guess we'll start with the sphere. How's that priestess inside looking?
She's looking pretty beat up. Struggling to
We'll
escape.
go ahead, do the bonus action lightning attack right away. So it's a dirty 20 to hit.
That's it.
And oh, I forgot I have advantage on those, but it doesn't matter. 15 damage, lightning damage.
Okay. Yeah, strikes through, sizzles her form, charring her in places, and you can see more of that sort of celestial energy appear as you definitely create some pretty significant wounds.
Okay. This is bad news. What do we want to do here? We are, we're just going to try again with another chromatic orb. It's not doing much. We've got bigger problems, but got to do what we can. At the priestess, 23 to hit.
Okay. Solid hit.
And we're going to do fire damage.
Okay.
And so that's 3d8. Ooh, 2 8s. 20 fire damage.
Okay. So yeah, with that, strikes through and completely burns through the priestess, damaging her enough that she falls deceased out of that storm sphere, leaving nothing else
Okay.
within the range of it.
Cool. It can still shoot lightning bolts from 60 feet away, but
Okay.
that is going to be my turn.
Okay. Macy's.
So I'm gonna retract my glider and use gym flight to get back on the ship because
Okay.
I think
You
at
are
this point
very
I'm
close.
below the railing of the ship.
You are just barely off, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use my gym flight. It's 60 feet. I'm gonna, I guess, land where I was. I don't want to be close to Galen, so I'm gonna land on the back so that I have a vantage point on him
Okay.
instead.
So you're sort of swooping in and landing just as the form of Erebos is rising up into the sky above you, and that whip cracks overhead.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with that. And we're gonna have Fi use Harrier on Galen. And I'm just gonna try to shoot him some more.
Okay.
Oh, I love paper for D&D, but now I have to turn all my pages. Okay. So 28 to hit.
Okay. Solid hit.
That'll be 11 damage plus I need to find my D8. Hold on. Okay. $12 magical slashing.
So magical slashing. Okay.
Is anyone looking particularly super beat up right now? I don't think so, right? No one's taking a ton of damage.
No one's taking a ton of damage. I mean, Galen's taken the most by far, but he still looks like he's holding his own. You
I
can
meant
definitely see it.
allies.
Oh, allies? Yeah, no, nobody's taking any significant damage, I believe. Everybody's
Okay, then
sort of been chipped at.
yep, that's all I'll do for right now then.
Okay. Which brings us back to Isengiri. So Isengiri sort of shouts to Savas, who acknowledges. Savas disengages from Galen and rushes back to meet with Isengiri along the side of the deck, and they both cast spells at Erebos. Savas swings that blade twice, and it launches this dark magical energy at Erebos, making contact, but just doesn't even seem to draw his interest at all. Isengiri as well points the blade of that long katana-like weapon that he's wielding. It glows with a dark energy and fires a bolt in the direction of Erebos, striking at the hand holding his whip. Again, not really seeming to have any significant effect, but they do draw the attention of Erebos. Bell moves in and makes contact within melee range of the Erebos priestess. She takes 2 swings with the blade. The priestess deflects both attacks and actually is going to use a retaliation. Strikes Bell pretty significantly, forcing her back prone, and it looks like doing pretty solid damage against Bell. Which brings us
I
around.
love those nat ones.
Yeah. Which brings us around to Galen. Galen's still focused directly on Miaces. Breaks contact and uses a massive force of energy to leap into the air and drop within melee range of you, Miaces.
Okay.
He is going to, in sort of a almost carnal rage at this point, make 3 hacking attacks at you with the spear that he retrieved. With a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
I'm gonna cast Cutting Words on one of his attacks, if possible.
What's the range on Cutting Words?
60 feet?
Yeah, no, you
Yeah.
can't. Nope. He leapt back towards Miaces.
Oh, okay.
Now,
okay.
Yeah. You're not within range
Okay.
anymore. Miaces, you take 18 points of damage
Ow.
as the spear cuts through you. And he's going to use an additional action surge. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay, 1 second. $19.
Okay. So he attempts to knock you down with this pummeling like charge. You're able to deflect and resist the attack. You're not knocked down. You take an additional 8 points of damage, though, from the swings. So he sort of just growls in your face. You see the interior of him, like inside his mouth, portions of his body that have been wounded. You see that cosmic dark energy of Nyxborn as well, but it's much darker with the element of Erebos inside. And he is purely enraged and focused on you right now. Which brings us to Ashi.
So,
Galen has sort of leapt away from you. I believe you got pretty solid movement with your elemental form, so I believe you can reach up and get to him.
and he's still after Miaces.
Yeah, he's locked in, delivering blow after blow against Miaces.
All right, and how many? It hasn't been. It's been what, like 2 turns since I used Whelm.
Yeah, this would be your third.
So I will go after Galen again with
Okay.
Slammed. I want to use my Bardic Inspiration to try and hit this guy.
Okay.
Alrighty. 25
That's a hit.
to hit.
So go ahead and roll your damage. The Ashi elemental drags itself up onto the upper deck and strikes at Galen from behind.
So it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 plus 16.
16 points of damage.
Yeah, 16 points of damage.
Okay. Pretty significant. You see him sort of get thrust forward. Mia sees you're splashed a bit by the elemental cyclone of water that is Ashi at the moment.
Okay, and then I'm also going to attempt to hit him on my second try.
Mhm.
This is unlikely without help. 2
+7, right?
+7, yes.
Okay. Don't forget to
So-
add your +7.
Yes, I always forget to add my +7. It's awful. I can't do that.
Still doesn't hit though.
No.
So the second strike, he's able to sort of reach back and prevent the damage, resist the damage. Anything else, Ashi?
No, that's all.
All right. Brings us back around to Senor Atto.
See, Otto was gonna do another insult to Galen, but as he's
You want to move up?
saying that, no.
Okay.
As he's mentioning the first words, not only does Galen move away, but that giant god shows up, and Otto doesn't have any idea that it is Erebos, or does he know?
Yeah, you can definitely have a pretty fucking good idea that it is the god of the underworld.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway, he meant to cast it on Galen, so he's like, "Hey, Galen," and then that thing shows up. Otto turns around. He's a little bit terrified, but he goes like, "Oh my god, dude, you're so ugly. I don't think you could score a date even if you cast Charm Person on someone."
Against the god of the dead.
On Erebus.
Okay.
Come on,
What's
man.
your-
I put a little bit more of effort on this one. You should
So, yeah,
consider.
that was incredible. Like, yeah, one of the sickest burns I've ever heard. DC 17, right?
Yeah. I mean, when I saw that picture, I really got terrified because that dude is ugly. Jesus.
Yeah, he's pretty ugly. He's missing, most of his torso. He's very corpse-like in nature, shriveled up, dark shadow of a man.
Okay, so most of the things that I had for Gilling could do for him.
He does resist the mockery.
I know.
Anything else?
It's not a really. That's a 7 damage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna move towards the back where Galen went to help Mises.
Okay.
So I'm
you
just
can make
making
it
my
down
way
to
there.
Yeah, you can make it down to the lower deck towards the staircase that leads up to them.
I can. Can I still am I within 60 feet of them?
Yeah, I'd say you're just barely within 60 feet of Galen, not quite Mises. Ashi as well.
Yeah. Because I wanted to provide some support and cast a healing spell, but I need to be within 60 feet of the person. So that's going to be for the next turn then.
Yeah, you'll just get a little closer if you want to cast it on Mises.
Yeah.
Okay, which is going to bring us around to Harmony. Harmony, as you're about to take your action, you see that whip of Erebos throw up into the air as he brings his arm forward and back and throws the whip down on Iskelos' vessel, cleaving it completely in half. The ship begins to tilt. Both sides of the ship begin to sink as you see Iskelos and his crew starting to abandon ship. What would you like to do, Harmony? Do you want to try and use your harp? Okay, so you're gonna use half movement to pull the harp out. You're gonna have to stow any weapons that you have. And do you play your tune and try to use it? Okay, yeah. So Harmony faces Erebos with a very stern, focused, determined look on her face and begins to play a tune on a harp for the second time in this fight, and nothing happens. I wish it would work, honestly. Harmony turning the god of the dead into a cat would be quite the situation. Nope. No cats. Yet. What would you like to do, Harmony? You shoot Galen with a lightning arrow. Okay. I'm gonna give me on this because technically you'd have to stow your harp, but I'll let you get your harp and pull your bow. It's fine. Yes, you are a very talented horse girl fairy. what's your attack? But you still have to roll an attack. So it'd be a ranged weapon attack. That image actually hurts my brain, Classy. Something going on there.
You're welcome.
Too many colors, too
I
many
love
flickering colors.
crunchy gifs that look like they're from the early 10s so much.
16. Yeah, it's, if you're doing a ranged weapon attack, it's the d20 plus your dexterity modifier. $19. That's a hit. I believe it's 4d8 lightning damage. Okay. So Harmony flies up. You're still a bit below, but you can angle the shot to pop up and hit Galen in the back. And let me know what your damage is. 16 damage. Excellent. Anything else, Harmony? What would you like your pixies to do? Yeah, they can all attempt. If you like to do it one at a time, because it's all gonna have the same effect. We'll for your sake, we're gonna do it one at a time. So, what's your spell save DC again? If we ever go back and listen to this VOD, it's gonna sound like I'm just talking to myself. 15. Okay. So the first pixie swings up and she successfully makes the save. The second one's going to move up and attempt to cast. Makes the save again. And the final third pixies and makes a save with an even bigger number. All three of them fail on their spellcaster confuse. No, you don't have to start talking, Theron. It's fine. I was just making a joke. You're totally fine. So yeah, all three pixies fail. I'm so sorry. All right, that brings us back to Obrek.
All right. Oh, Ulrich's a little bit visibly shaken, seeing Erebos.
Yeah, the shadow of his chosen deity.
But uh, is wait a second.
Mhm.
Is Vance are they directing their attack towards Galen then? Is that like kind of obvious?
Vance has been attacking the priestess, the Erebos priestess.
The priestess?
Yes.
Then Olbrich is also going to be attacking the priestess.
Okay.
With another guiding bolt.
Okay.
That is going to be 25.
That's
right?
a hit.
And 19 radiant damage.
Okay. That one seems to singe her a bit. For the first time, she sort of is reactionary against the damage that she's taking. Turns away from her conflict with Bell and glares at you.
Olbrich, looks a little bit worried, but stands strong.
Okay.
But yeah, that will be his turn. He'll continue to move with the fan. Yep.
Okay. So Ripley's going to use the advantage from the connected shot. She's going to take 2 shots with her shoulder cannons. One makes contact. The other one falls short, fires off to the side. She's also going to use an action surge to make 2 attacks with her blade. One of them makes contact. The other one is deflected with the blade of the Erebos priestess. She makes a couple shouts, orders from her crew. She requests that you stick with her, Obrek. She directs Friedrich and Lael and the rogue up in the rigging to return to their vessel and try and get it away from the sort of tentacled attack of Erebos. Sort of instructing them to take command of the vessel and move to engage Erebos from sea. Shalir also hops off, you can see, and move from her position to return to the vessel the spectral vessel that you guys had arrived on. Bringing us back to Lazuli. Lazuli, as you're taking your turn, that form of Erebos above, you see a massive shadow sort of overtake your position, and you see his hand form a fist and begin to strike down directly from above you towards your position.
Oh, this is bad.
As it rushes in and makes contact, you're about to feel the strike of that fist when another form emerges from the water. Another massive arm comes up from underneath and grips the wrist of Erebos, holding that in place. And you see this glowing white hair appear as another massive form of the god the god Clothis appears from out of the water. The goddess of fate and destiny wraps tendrils of her hair around his arm that start to glow orange with flame as she rises up and puts herself between your vessel and Erebos as the two seemingly begin to engage in conflict. What would you like to do, Lazuli?
Eyes are wide as heck, stunned for a moment before kind of shaking out of it and like, okay, we're still in this. And they're gonna turn their attention to the Erebos priestess, and
She looks
um,
terrified at the moment. For the first time, you sort of see emotion in her face as she doesn't really understand what's happening.
ooh, that's encouraging. Um, we're going to do a level 2 chromatic orb. We're gonna stick with fire. So that is going to be, or I'm sorry, yeah, level 2. Yeah. Okay. 23 to hit,
Okay.
and that's going to be 4d8. $17 fire damage.
17. Okay. Yep. She strikes her. Sort of still doesn't like redirect her attention. She's focused clearly on the back of Clothis, who has risen out of the sea, currently engaged with her master, as it were.
Yep, Lazulia is just fine with that. What other enemies are around?
Galen has moved up towards the upper deck. Most of his crew have been taken out by both Ripley's crew and by Isengiri on the opposite side. There's still 3 towards the back end of the ship that have just risen up on the outside, and 2 from the center that are still trying to get through your storm sphere. They haven't been able to rise up yet.
Oh, are they in it?
Yes, they're just barely moved inside in this last engagement.
Okay. We're going to attack one of them with lightning. And that is going to be a 19 to hit,
That's it.
and that is 46. 10 lightning damage.
Okay.
Holding my ground.
Okay. Brings us back to Miaces. You still got Galen just right in your face.
Yeah.
With you know what's going on the outside of the vessel.
Yep. He should still have one more mark of Harrier, so I'm just gonna try to deal a bunch of damage.
Okay.
And yeah. So nat 20.
Ooh, okay.
That doesn't also double my magical slashing, does it?
No.
Okay. Then 17 normal damage.
Okay.
And 8 magical slashing.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, strike him right in the chest and drive him back just a bit towards the elemental form of Ashi.
Yeah. And then Aze is a bonus action, right? My medicine ability.
It is. Double check.
Then
Yeah, it's
I'm
bonus
gonna
action.
use my last 2 points of be all on that and heal myself for 2d8 real fast.
Okay.
So that's
5 swoops
4,
in and drops that to you.
4 and 7. So I heal for 11 damage.
Okay. And is that your turn?
Let me. Yeah, because my breath weapon is an action, not a bonus action.
Right.
So, yeah, I'll do that. That's my
Okay.
turn.
So Savassadis and Giri are still on the side of the deck, and they seem to be slowly stepping backwards after the form of Clothis appears, but their attention seems redirected on something else. You start to see these very fleshy, long-fingered hands grasp the edge of the vessel and start to drag themselves on board, as several of these sort of very undead creatures drag themselves up from the depths and begin to board the vessel. Gazing around, it looks like there's maybe a dozen of these things pulling themselves on board from different sides of the ship, from under the water. They glow with that same purple energy, indicating that they are under the control of Erebos. Savassadis and Giri are both going to begin to attack the ones that are climbing up on the side of the ship before them. They're able to cut one down and send it back plummeting into the water. The other one they make a slash at. They don't quite kill him, but they do some pretty significant damage, as a couple more are pulling themselves up over the edge of the ship as well. Belle was still within melee range of that priestess, with advantage as she's distracted currently, both from the Zili's attacks and from the appearance of Clothis. makes 2 swings. Both connect, and she's going to use an action surge to make an additional swing as well. So you see her connect with 4 separate attacks against the Air Boss Priestess, who is finally sort of broken out of her stun stupor and engages with Bell. That blade that she's holding glows with a purple energy, and she strikes twice. Both connect with Bell, sort of irradiating her body in this purple-like mist. Looks like burning her, doing pretty significant damage. You can see her sort of shout in pain. The shout sort of distracts Savasraman as he looks back and sees what's going on, but he's still locked in an engagement with these undead. Which brings us to Galen. He's going to just step back a foot and drop a cleave. So it's going to go after Ashi and Miaces. And with a 24 and 27, both make contact. I need these guys. Miaces and Ashi, you both take 18, 24 damage.
Jeez.
Great.
As he cleaves through with agony.
I'm glad I healed.
He's going to use another one of his additional special actions. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Ashi, with your elemental's form. So it should be a +2 on your d20.
15.
Okay. He reaches towards you with the other arm that's still holding the spear, and you feel this dark energy erupt and begin to encage you. That black-purple sort of spiritual force surrounds you. You are resistant to the damage type, though, and so you take 5 points of damage, sort of scalding your water form, and you are encaged. You're gonna have to make an attempt to break out.
You said 4 points. Was it 4 points of damage?
5 points of damage.
5 points. I have to attempt to break out of this
Yeah.
thing.
So it is your turn. So if you want to attempt to break out, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yes. Is a 16?
Okay. Yeah, so after it enshrouds you, you're able to just thrust your elemental form out, break the bounds of that cage, and release yourself. You can still take an action.
Alright. Am I at 4 recharges of this thing yet? Or was this the third round?
Your next turn you'd be able to use it.
Okay. I'm going to attack Galen.
Okay.
Let's see if I can roll high enough to hit him. Oh my god.
Remember your
1.
+7.
It's a 1, so that's
Oh,
8.
no.
And 15, so 22?
Okay.
The
So
second one.
roll damage for 1 attack, and then we're gonna talk about your nat 1.
Uh, 10 damage.
Okay. So he takes the force of the hit, and as you're coming through with another attack, he spins around and is able to take a retaliation against you. He gives another one of those bellowing roars. Make a strength saving throw. On the elemental table, that's going to be
4.
Yep.
16. Keep getting 16, but they're not like always the same base roll.
So you take 4 damage from the shout. You feel the force of the sonic force of it attempt to push you backwards, but you're able to steel yourself into the ground and resist. Anything else, Ashi?
No.
Otto.
Um. Hmm. Can I cat? Well, Ashi and Mises are they flanking Galen?
Yes.
Okay, so Fireball is out of the question here, huh?
Yeah, they're
Or
both
is there any
right on him.
angle that I could use? No, right?
Yeah, no, Mia's on one side, Ashi's on the other, so there's really nowhere you can angle it to
Okay.
really hit both.
So I'm gonna get closer, within like 30 feet.
Okay.
Of Galen. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can get just within the 30-foot range.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Bane on him.
Okay.
You're gonna Charisma 17 saving.
Okay, which he has not very much of. Let's see. Fails.
Finally. Well, every time he makes an attack, a saving throw, he's gonna roll a d4 and subtract that number.
Okay. It's up to 3 creatures too, so if you want to actually target the Erebos Priestess, she's within range of that as well.
They are? Yeah,
just
so
barely on the edge. Because you're sort of between the
okay.
two of them right now. At a low
Okay.
so
All right.
but she succeeds on the throw. So
Okay. All right, and as a bonus action, I am gonna cast Healing Word.
at Miasu.
Who does look more injured from Mises and Ashi?
Ashi's
I've
got a
taken,
much
like-
higher HP pool, so yeah, definitely.
I've taken about 50 points of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Healing Word to you. And we're gonna heal you for 13 points.
Nice. Back up to what I was before I healed myself.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to Harmony. I mean, as far as what would concern you, nothing really. Otto's moved up pretty close to you and is supporting the fight against Galen. And the Erebos Priestess is fighting with Ripley, Obrek, and Lazuli. Did you caught the part where there are undead climbing onto the vessel as well, correct? I think I blinked that before you went AK. Okay, just the nearest one. Okay. $21 and $11. Okay. Yeah, the first one makes contact. The second one does not. Go ahead and roll the damage for the first. D8. Go ahead, D8. You have a longbow, I believe. 3 points of damage. Okay. So yeah, you strike the first creature as it's climbing up onto the deck. Arrow lodges itself in the corpse. Doesn't do a significant amount of damage. And your pixies. The undead creatures? No, they do not have weapons. No. Your pixies do not have weapons either.
also have spells.
Obviously, they have hands. So I don't know if you wanted me to answer that or not. Sleep on what? Well, you got to give me a target. You can't just say on whatever. No, there's no dealer's choice here. I'm not making choices for you. You got to pick. Do you want to cast it on the undead? I'd say, I mean, with the spell, you can know. Like with the spell description, it literally tells you that undead and creatures immune aren't affected by the spell. So I'll say that you obviously know that it does not work on them. And you want all three? Okay. Yeah, they all cast the spell against Galen, and it has absolutely zero effect against him. He is immune to the sleep. Is that your turn, Harmony? Clap at the gods fighting. So you want to put your bow away? Okay, we'll let you roll through with your clapping. Sure, you can clap with your bow. And that brings us around to Obrek.
No, I think Olbert's just going to keep attacking the priestess with another guiding bolt.
Okay.
That is going to be 17.
17. That's a miss.
All right, that was my turn.
All right. Still forming up with Ripley. So the rest of Ripley's crew manages to dive off the vessel and get on board the spectral vessel. They all start moving into position and disconnecting it, disengaging it, um, and attempting to sail away to move towards Erebus, it would appear. Ripley takes a look at you. She seems like she's got some sort of plan on her mind. You see, Obrek, if I can get control of this ship, you think you can keep her distracted?
Oh, we're kind of like at the priestess.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll try my best.
Your best seems pretty good. I think you can handle it. She hustles off back up the stairs, gets pretty close to the Galen engagement, but she starts wrestling with the wheel of the vessel. Let's see, rest for crew is here. Let me roll there really quick. Okay, so you guys do feel the ship lurch as Ripley starts to take control and starts to steer the vessel away. Lazuli, the sort of force of what's happening behind you rocks the ship a bit. You can see the form of Clothis sort of grabbing that wrist of Erebos and pushing him backwards, giving a shove to his chest. They engage in this sort of booming discussion. It's undecipherable to just mortal ears. You can't really understand what they're saying, but every time they speak, it's like this massive thunderclap.
All right.
And you have several undead clambering up onto the vessel behind you.
So we've got how many undead?
Turning around and looking, it looks like you've got at least 6 climbing, with 2 on the deck already. Savas and Isinkiri are there engaged with them.
Okay.
Bell and
And-
Obrek are engaged with the priestess.
And then there's still 2 guys in the sphere.
No longer, they are deceased.
They are deceased. Okay.
There are also 2 dead seahorses. No, Harmony cannot understand.
The language of the gods. So with the undead climbing up the ship, I don't suppose they form a nice line.
Oh, what are you trying to like a line straight out? There's a horizontal line along the edge of the vessel that they're climbing up.
Yeah, lightning bolt.
Yeah, I mean you could like reposition yourself and just fire a shot and connect with 6 of them.
Okay. Yeah, so Lazuli's gonna run over to the edge that they're climbing up to line up. And this is a dex. Yeah. Let's go ahead and use a couple of metamagic or sorcery points to give the one furthest or the one closest to me a disadvantage on the saving throw.
Okay.
And then it's a DC 17 dex.
Just gonna roll once for all of them because I don't want to roll 6 times and they fail.
Neat. And so that is 8d6. I need more d6. No, I have 8. Counting. Okay. 5, 10, 14, 17, 19, 25, 30, 34.
34
lightning
damage. So all 6 of these creatures are completely shocked and burned off the edge, plummeting back into the water below. From your position, you can see that there's many more clambering up to take their place.
Okay, cool. How many is many more?
I'd say give me a perception. Let's see if how.
Perception is 19.
So from the side of the ship that you're looking at, you look back and forth and try to get an estimate of how many of these things there are. Is at least 20 clambering up, and you sort of see others poking up from out of the water as if just the souls of the dead are rising and clambering up onto the side of this vessel.
Lazu's gonna shout out because Savas and Isangiri are right there
Yes.
too, yeah.
Yeah, they're sort of engaging them as they come up.
Yep. To shout out and just say, I don't think these are gonna stop.
Savas gives a growl for a moment, but Isinkiri just gives like a nod, a patient nod.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Macy's.
Oh, well, actually, I didn't use my bonus action. It's not gonna do much, but bonus action will strike the Erebus Priestess with a lightning bolt.
Okay.
12, so never mind.
No, yeah. Connects with her, doesn't do any damage. Resists against her armor. Macy's.
So, question.
Sure.
Does my breath weapon count as a ranged attack?
No, it's technically a spell attack.
Okay, that's fine then. I'm gonna use my breath weapon on Galen. DC 16.
Okay. Make the save.
Okay, then he'll still take 1d10 of damage.
Okay.
Which is 6. And bonus action, I'm gonna mark him with my last Harrier with Phi.
Okay.
For next time.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't think I have anything else. I
Okay.
think I'm, yeah.
So Itsingiri and Savas are both engaged with the undead that are clambering up the side of the ship. They make a few successive attacks. 2, 3, 4. They strike down 2 more, and then an additional third as it begins climbing up. Around the other edges of the ship, on both sides of the vessel and towards the back, more of these creatures are shambling and dragging themselves up over the edge of the railings and clambering to their feet. Appearing at least a dozen of them now have landed on the vessel with more climbing as well. Belle looks pretty bad. She's struggling to maintain her fight against the priestess. She takes another couple swings. One of them connects, the other one misses. She's going to use a bonus action. She casts a spell. Successfully pushes the priestess back about 10 feet towards the opposite end of the ship. Which brings us to Galen. He's going to throw another cleaving attack with Agony. That is 18 and 17. I believe that cuts both your ACs.
Yeah, that either one
Yeah.
of those hits me.
Yeah, and the water elemental as well. That is going to be with the cleave. That's a d20, not a d12. There we go. 24 points of damage to
Ow.
Ashi and Miasis.
Yikes.
You can start to feel the sting of Agony's bite. He's going to use his final action surge. Directs the tip of that spear towards Harmony. I need you to make a strength saving throw, Harmony. He's 22. Okay. So he fires those chains at you, the same chains that you saw strike Miasis earlier. 3 of them whip out, solidify, and attempt to wrap around you. You're able to avoid, just definitely sort of swift move around and avoid the strike of the chains. One of them connects and does 4 points of damage, but isn't able to restrain. And that brings us to Ashi.
How close are undead to us at all?
Nothing very close to you. If you look around for a moment, you realize they're mostly towards the center and front of the ship. You haven't seen any approaching the rear of the vessel where you guys are located currently.
Okay, are there any other things within like 5 feet or melee range of me
Just Galen,
besides Galen?
Miasis, and Harmony.
Uh,
I was gonna say, if I use Whelm, is that like selective? Like, would I be forced to hit everybody, or could I just go for Galen?
I don't think it's selected. Let me double check. Each
Could I
creature within, yeah.
move
So,
just so he's the only one in it, or could be hit with it?
yeah, I'd say you can position yourself at like sort of the back corner and just barely avoid the others if you like.
Okay, I want to attempt that.
Okay. And strength saving throw. Makes the save.
Damn.
So no effects of the whelm.
Okay. So then I am I guess I will attack him as my second attack. And that's 13 to hit, which won't hit.
No, that is not a hit. Anything else, Audrey?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. All right, that brings us to Otto.
How many of the Erebos priestess we have?
Just the priestess herself. Her priestesses are all dead.
Oh. I'm gonna cast a fireball on her.
Yeah, you could. The way you can angle it, you can actually hit a few of the undead that are approaching on the deck as well. To be pretty close to Bell and Obrek, but you can avoid them. It's just going to be a little hot.
Okay. It's a little bit hot on your tails. What's your 6? Should I roll the damage?
What was the hit? Sorry.
It's not a hit.
The damage.
You're going to.
Yeah.
Oh. The damage is a 29.
Okay. And fails the save.
And is
that it, or was
another healing word as a bonus action to my good old Paul?
To me, it's
Thank you.
This time was a 9.
okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, Otto spins around, drops a fireball towards the back. Obrek, you definitely feel the heat on your face. It is very close to you, but the sort of swirling flames of void. It takes out 4 of the undead that had clambered up on the side of the vessel towards the back.
Sorry, you're welcome.
Does pretty significant damage to the priestess as well. And that brings us back around to Harmony. And to answer your question from before, Harmony, you sort of had the attention of Keranos when he spoke to you. So he was directing speech at you. This whatever's going on here is not that. They're discussing amongst themselves very heatedly. Clothis and Erebos. You do know a whole bunch of languages, but that doesn't mean you can understand the gods. What would you like to do with your turn, though? Okay. Remember to attack twice. What'd you roll? Oh, no. So, Harmony takes 2 shots. Wait. Yes. Yeah, you add your dexterity modifier. Okay. Yeah, so then the other one still misses as well. So the first shot clanks against his armor. Doesn't do any damage. As you move to make that additional attack, he sort of like angles, he spots the first strike that was deflected off his armor and makes another retaliatory attack at you. Throws a shadow fire in your direction. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Okay. So you're able to sort of hold yourself against the damage that shadowy flame takes over and just encompasses you. It is You take 8 points of damage, resisting half of it. Anything else, Harmony? Do you want to take actions with your pixies? You can try if you'd like to. So, shut up, Otto. So all 3 of them attempt to detect thoughts. Okay, so the 3 pixies angle in and fly over in an attempt to invade the mind of Clothis, the goddess of fate. The instant that they cast a spell and attempt to make contact, all 3 of them give sort of very chaotic howl. They've completely lost their minds apparently, and you've lost control of all 3, though they are still persistent in the world. That's fine. And anything else on your turn, Harmony? All right, that brings us to Obrek.
All right. Obrecht's going to be kind of muttering to himself, like, gotta distract, gotta do good. And he's going to summon a Guardian of Faith, kind of behind the priestess.
Nice. Okay.
And I think that's just a Dex saving throw.
It is. Let me see. And it is also a radiant damage attack, right?
Yep.
And she fails. And it's just 20 flat damage, I believe, right? No rolls?
It looks like 20 flat damage, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, behind the Erebos Priestess, this is beautiful spectral guardian appears, almost angelic in its sort of visual. Floats into space and just gives off this radiant light with this gleaming sword and its beautiful shield. It does have the symbol of Heliod on the shield as your deity. You can clearly see the burning damage that the priestess takes as that first pulse comes off of this creature. It is, what is it? What's the range on that thing?
30 feet.
So it's going to also connect with 3 more of these undead that were attempting to clamber up onto the side of the ship, singeing them. Again, dealing considerable extra damage as they are burned to the point that they can no longer hold the side of the ship and fall down to the water below. But you can also see more clambering to take their place. Anything else, Obrek?
Nope.
All right. Definitely holding his own in this fight. It's always good to have a cleric when there's undead around. So the other spectral vessel has now pulled away, sailed around. Looking off in the distance, you can see Shalir has control of the vessel with the rest of Ripley's crew, coming about and angling their cannons in the direction of Erebos. You hear the pounding boom of the cannons as they take shots, making contact with Erebos at different points, not really necessarily seemingly doing any damage, but Ripley has sort of like wrestled the wheel. She ties the wheel in a specific location, locks it, and starts to move for rigging to bring sails down to start getting this vessel moving. Brings us back to Lazuli. So as you're taking your action, Lazuli, Clothis, with a very firm force, strikes back against Erebos, pushing him back into the water. You see him sort of stumble back and crack his whip in her direction as these two gods begin to actually full-on fight with each other off the side of your vessel. Clothis is able to grab that whip and sort of wrap it around her fist and pull him back in as she takes another strike with her spear. This massive glowing orange spear strikes against him. What would you like to do, Lazuli?
So, how's the undead situation looking?
Looking about, the deck around you, like in your immediate area, is clear, but there are still dozens of these things clamming and clambering up the side of the ship from out of the water. There's also a good amount of them towards the rear of the ship. You can see 6, but you can definitely spot like the edging and see a few more of them clambering up from the front of the vessel, I should say.
Do the cannons weigh 1,000 pounds or less?
Yes.
If I cast telekinesis on one, would I be able to pick it up?
You could.
I'm gonna cast telekinesis on a cannon, and I'm gonna use it like a bat.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick it up, and I'm gonna slam it in to some of the undead that are like coming up, and
Okay.
just try to keep them off.
Okay. Let's see. It's just gonna be bludgeoning damage. Telekinetically swing a cannon. Roll d10. Give it a d10.
Okay.
Siren.
Of 4. Also, my intention is less to do damage and more.
You're trying to knock them, right?
Yeah.
So we'll give them some saving throws. Here. And how far can you move the thing? Is it 30 feet? Yeah. 30
No,
feet.
I can move it within 60 feet.
Within 60.
Yeah. Well, I can only move it 30 feet at a time, but
Right.
up to 60 feet out.
Okay. So yeah, you can successfully connect with like nine of these things. As they're all sort of struck with the edge of it as it swings through the air along the side of the ship, throwing them back off into the water.
All right. And the storm sphere is gone
Okay.
because I've picked a new concentration spell.
And anything else, Lizzie?
Nope. I'm just gonna keep doing that for a while.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid tactic. All right, that brings us back to Miaces.
I have a question about how storing actions works.
Okay.
So in my notes, it has that Phi can have touch the dying, like spare the dying, sorry. To make a creature stable. If I tried to store that for later and I happened to be the first one that fell, would that work or no?
Yeah, if you go down, you can basically have you have to sort of declare it every turn, and that would be Phi's thing. So Phi wouldn't be able to take any other actions.
That's okay. I
but
don't
yeah.
really think I have anything else that Phi can do anyway, since I used all of my Be-All and all of my Harrier stuff now.
Okay.
So.
But yeah, you'd basically command Phi to hold the action, and then if you did go down at some point through the remainder of that round, Phi would be able to activate and utilize Spare the Dying.
Cool. I'm gonna have her keep Spare the Dying.
Okay.
For, just in case. And then I'm gonna attack Galen with my last Harrier
Okay.
that I had on him. 26.
26 is a hit.
11 regular damage.
Okay.
$13 magical slashing.
Whew, okay. So you see, like, with this the contact, you can see that he's starting to weaken. He's got wounds forming in multiple locations as he's been struck in various places, sort of defending against the group of you now. Still standing, but he's definitely starting to weaken out.
It's starting to. Okay.
Anything else you need to see?
No.
All right, that brings us to Isengiri and Savas. So Isengiri hops up onto the side of the railing. The undead are still sort of clambering up, but he sort of nods to you, Lazuli. He trusts you to sort of handle it with your cannon swipes. He seems to refocus his attention on Erebos. He points his blade up into the air above Erebos and strikes down with what looks like these icicle-like hails, attempting to do damage and support Klothys in this contention the two of them are having. Savas angles down as well, hops up onto the side, and swings his blade twice, launching that like purplish dark energy, striking two more of the undead, causing them to lose their grip and fall down towards the water, successfully clearing a major portion of the deck. At the same time, the undead that have been clambering up from the front of the ship number almost 16 now. Savas runs up towards the staircase, uses his full amount of movement and an action surge to make attacks 3 times at those groups of undead. All 3 hits connect, so he strikes down 2 of them and does decent damage against the third. And he's sort of angled at that staircase to prevent those undead from following down to the group of you. Belle is going to keep her distance after knocking back the Erebos Priestess. She's going to cast another spell. Ooh, but fails miserably with a 3. Spell completely resisted by the Erebos Priestess. And that brings us back to Galen. Still in this like absolute carnage form. I need you to make a dexterity save, Miasis, and Achi. Harmony, you're in flight, so this is not going to affect you.
25.
13.
13. So Galen rears up and gives another massive stomp into the ground, creating these, again, wispy, like black forces of sparkling energy that connect with the two of you. It's going to be Ashi, you're going to take 22 points of damage. Miasis, you're going to take 11.
Holy shit.
And that's going to be his turn. He's out of surges.
Thank God.
Ashi.
How is Galen looking at this point?
He's definitely weakened. He's got wounds forming around his body. You can see him sort of stressed at the amount of effort he's having to put forth to battle all of you simultaneously.
I'm gonna attack him again twice.
Okay.
See if I can hit him. 9 plus 7 is 16.
16 does not hit.
And then 19, 20, 25.
That's a hit.
Uh, 18.
Okay. So he's able to bring his arm up and resist the first attack. This watery fist of your elemental form. The second one, though, he's not able to. He doesn't have the energy left to resist, and strikes down, does pretty significant damage against him as well. You can see him rear back from the strike and clearly starting to take effects of this, soaking wet at this point from these multiple strikes of this elemental. Anything else, Ashi?
No.
What's up?
I wanted to ask, does it seem like he's thinking like logically, or is he being instinctive right now?
It seems like he's
Just-
lost in some sort of like carnal form. Like the things that he's doing are almost completely out of his control. He's just in a rage.
Is it similar to what happened with Harmony on that battlefield?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that brings us to Otto.
Well, I'm still concentrating on Bane, on Galen.
Okay.
And does how's that Erebus Priestess? Does she look like he was hurt from the fireball?
Yeah, she was damaged from the fireball, and then subsequent attacks from the radiant energy that Oberek is putting up forth. From the guardian that he created. She's definitely taking some damage back there.
I'm gonna cast another fireball at her then.
Let me double check, because I don't know if that's going to extinguish the radiant guardian or not.
Oh, can I point it so I don't hit it, like on her side?
One side is going to connect with Bell.
Oh shit. Well, never mind then.
But I'm not sure. Let me double check, because it's spectral. I don't know. Any creature house. It doesn't really even say in the description of Guardian of Faith.
Yeah, I don't think you can get rid of it unless you
Yeah.
dispel it.
Yeah, I think since it's spectral, yeah, I'm gonna say. I mean, it doesn't say it in the cast or in the actual details of the spell, so I'm gonna say you can go ahead and fireball and it won't damage it.
Okay. And you also mentioned that Belle got some pretty significant damage, right?
Yeah, she's very wounded.
Okay. I'm okay. So I'm gonna fireball and I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Belle.
Okay.
All right. Fireball.
What's the damage?
Is 26 damage.
Okay, she does successfully save, but she is looking a lot worse for wear now. That fireball struck her pretty well. After it brought her to a knee, one fist on the ground. She's struggling to maintain herself.
And I'm casting a second level Healing Word on Belle that heals her for 11.
Okay. Perfect. She looks to you and gives you a nod of thanks, like she was in a pretty desperate state. And is that all, Otto?
What can I say? Yep.
All right, that brings us to Harmony. Yeah. Is that what you want to do? What's your goal with the spell magic? I mean, I'll let you do it if you want to, but Um, I get that. I mean, I'm gonna say just because you've had a lot of failed actions, it's like you would definitely get the idea that there's really no spell work surrounding him that you'd be able to dispel. Like the spell magic is probably not gonna have an effect against him. I mean, you don't have to just shoot arrows. You can engage him in another way, or try to do something else to influence the situation. I'll let you do it, but again, I'd say with common magical knowledge, you can assume that a standard enlarged spell is not going to have an effect against a goddess. Sorry, Harmony. I'm trying to throw you some assistance here. Harmony is just panicking at the moment, trying to think of anything that she can do. I mean, cloth is helping. They would appear. We'll throw you the bonus action. So, how do you want to appeal to Clothis? Persistence, Harmony. Specifically, what do you ask? What do you ask? Are you like saying a prayer? Are you? Are you literally just saying, "Hey, Clothis, give me something to help"? What do you? How are you going to convince this goddess to assist you? Think long and hard about it. Make sure. Okay, that's again like an internal thought, not a request, or like how. I need to know exactly what you want to say to her, how you want to say it. Like, give me Harmony's words, like and actions. I know. So, quote it for me. Exactly what Harmony says in this shout, because that's really again like you're not asking her for anything there. You're just sort of making a statement. Like an appeal for divine intervention is a legitimate choice and action that you can take, but you definitely it's something that's it's not as simple as, hey God, can you please give me this thing? Like you're gonna have to make this work. No, it's I mean if you can try it, I'm just I'm trying to throw you a bone here and let you know that it's very highly dependent on how you put this and the things that you say, whether or not it's going to convince her that you're worthy of her assistance, or the request you make is worthwhile or makes sense to her in a way that she's willing to give you what you request. I believe in you, Sarah. This is going to be interesting. So much typing. Awaiting your decision. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So, since since there is too much chaos on this ship, Goddess Clothis, I seek a way to make it more balanced for everyone and ask for further assistance and remove the excess chaos from the being Galen, because his massive power is throwing everything out of order, as per the obvious interference of I forgot his name, and you keep talking. It's like Erebos or whatever. Um, I keep talking. Well,
Harmony broke the fourth wall.
yeah, Harmony absolutely broke the fourth wall in mid quote. Well, I'm only talking so we're not all sitting here in silence as you type this. But let's see. Chaos on the ship. So you're basically saying to this goddess that there's an imbalance being caused. Like willfully in Harmony's thoughts, what is something that Harmony would want from Clothis? Hmm. Roll religion. Okay. So as Clothis and Erebos are trading blows, basically, she has one fist wrapped up with his whip as she's sort of pulling him in, making strikes against him. As he's still striking back against Clothis, they are still occasionally booming and roaring at each other as you sort of float up as far as you can and make this request to the back of Clothis. She gives another strike to Erebos, and in a swift motion, reaches back and plucks one of those white hairs from her head. It sort of slowly dropped and swings back down to the deck, landing in front of you. Do you pick it up, Harmony? Okay. You feel a very charged force surge through you. The hair starts to twist and braid and form, taking the semblance of a full-on blade. The hilt is just like white, very like mother of pearl glowing white, sort of shimmers rainbowy as you move it about. The blade itself is crystal in nature, almost diamond-like. Looks like it's cracked on the interior, but within those cracks, there's a bit of a glowing force, a glowing silver force on the interior of the blade. As you grab it, you feel almost the exact opposite energy of what you had experienced with Agony. Something about this blade feels very righteous. I will send you details on. I will send you details on the objects after this, but I want you to know that you will have 4 points of action surge. So every single time you take a turn, you can use one of these points to take an additional action. So if your action is 2 attacks, you can use a surge to get an additional 2 attacks once per turn. 4 total between rests. So right now you have 4 total, and you can use one of them right now if you'd like to take an additional action with the blade. Okay. So Harmony swoops back down with this new blade. The group of you basically all saw this as this strand of the goddess's hair fall to Harmony as she plucked it up, and this glowing silver energy surrounded in a very cyclonic nature and formed this blade as she swoops back down to make an attack with it. So roll your d20. You're going to get a +6 to hit. Okay, that's a hit. So you're going to roll 3d8 plus 2. You're going to roll 3d8 and then add 2 points of additional damage. Okay. So you swoop in and you rush and you strike the back of Galen. It immediately gives off this silver-like energy. You feel the force of it as well, Mises and Ashi, and even Otto as well. As the blade makes contact, it gives off a pulse of energy that passes over you. Cuts pretty deep into Galen. You hear him sort of howl as the damage is clearly something that is intended to hurt him even additionally, and you definitely get the feel that you did additional damage with that strike. He falls forward, and the back is sort of smoking and sizzling from where you made contact, as that dark cosmic energy of Erebos is sort of opened up in the wound that you created. He struggles back up, sort of shakily to his feet, but he is very much worse for wear. Anything else on your turn, Harmony? Okay. Those pixies. So, Lazuli, for a moment, you're still just like running around, not running, but really wielding that cannon, trying to maintain your concentration on that cannon. You feel the tiny fist strike you in the cheek. Doesn't do any damage. With a 2 to hit, strikes you. You feel it. Doesn't hurt whatsoever. Otto.
Okay, never mind.
No, what?
I was gonna say, can I like whip my hand up to like bat it away from my face?
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check.
That is 13.
You swipe at it, the pixie sort of evades, just barely, and seems focused on you at the moment, sort of looking at this tiny creature glaring at you.
All right.
Otto,
Um.
not your turn yet. Your turn was already finished. You have
Mhm.
2 pixies move into range of you. One of them yanks at your ear. The other one begins just delivering strikes to the back of your head.
What the fuck?
You take 1 point of damage.
I blame Siren for this. I mean, Harmony.
That brings
God
us
damn.
to Obrek.
All right.
Yeah, that was a whole lot.
Well, so I can
Oh
see that
yeah.
a couple people are definitely a little bit injured. I could like out of character. I don't know how to necessarily justify healing people that I don't or characters that I don't know. But I guess since anyone who's not attacking or everyone's who's attacking Obrek and the priestess, I could possibly heal.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you for your character choices. I believe just the way you played Obrek before that he'd probably be out to heal anybody who's sort of supporting in the fight or looks wounded.
Okay, then
The
yeah,
closest to
because
you would be Belle, who is Savas's wife. You don't really know her or even never knew that he even had a wife.
right.
But she's been fighting the priestess like pretty close to you, and was fighting with you and Ripley until Ripley fell back.
Right.
And she's pretty worse for wear. That's the only person within like real range of you. Everybody else is kind of a ways off.
Like more
And
than 30 feet or 60 feet
yeah,
away. Okay.
the only one within range currently would be Belle. That has any damage, unless you wanted to relocate yourself.
No, I think it'd probably be still good to heal her.
Okay.
I will cast a 4th level healing prayer.
Okay.
Or not healing prayer, healing word.
Okay.
On her.
Let me know what the total is. Did you roll out the healing? Sorry, I didn't.
Yep. Sorry. I'm a disciple of light, so it gets so 14 plus I think 6, so
Okay.
20.
Nice. Okay. Very solid heal. And so as that energy comes down, she looks very much rejuvenated and gives you sort of a sly smirk as she's starting to feel more herself again.
Obrek just kind of nods, gives a thumbs thumbs up key.
Thumbs up. And is
And
that your turn?
yeah, that is my turn.
Okay. I believe your guardian gives off another pulse, right?
Yes. It should keep pulsing until it does 60 damage.
To 60, yeah. So 3 times if they're all successful. So let's see. She fails again. So another 20 damage. Another pulse surges through, burns her at her back as she gives a howl this time. You see sort of her appearance change with the appearance of Clothis. That sort of additional support, the power that she was receiving from Erebos, has diminished. Like with your Knowledge as a cleric, you can clearly see that whatever godly assistance she was receiving is either interrupted or shielded, or something is interrupting it from Clothis' presence. And she looks pretty severely weakened, and she's taking significant damage now. She's going to try to fall back. She steps back a bit of a ways, but she's very wounded. Her movement's sort of impacted by the damage that she's taken. She swings the blade around, arcs it in your direction, Obrek.
Right.
Gives off 3 surging pulses of magical energy. You avoid the first one, sort of hits the deck alongside of you, but the next 2 make contact. They deal 11 points of damage.
Each? Or
No,
just
total.
Okay.
And it seems like she's kind of desperate at the moment. She's just launching attacks, trying to do what damage she can, and she seems to be trying to get away. Towards the back, Ripley has successfully dropped. She dropped one of the sails and made movement for the center of the vessel, sort of diving off the top to make a move for another. There are more undead sort of clambering up. Savas is engaging many of them towards the front of the vessel near you, Lazuli. And from your position, you're seeing a few of them also come up from out of the water as well and still try and climb the side of the ship. There's another 8 that have emerged, shambling their way up. And to your right, Obrek, on the opposite side of the ship, the one that you boarded from, you can see another 6 climbing up to the top. 2 of them drag themselves over. The rest of them are just sort of reaching their spindly hands up and pulling themselves on. Lazuli.
So with the distance of them, are there any that I could sweep back?
Yeah, you can.
Aside from because I'm less concerned about the ones just climbing out of the water, because those are still a little ways off.
Yeah, there's four within range that you could sweep with the cannon again.
All right,
closer to the top.
let's go ahead and swoop that over there, knock it back to the rail.
Okay. Failed. So they strike and fall, splashing down into the water.
All right. Would I be able to? So with my sorcery points, I have the one that can turn a spell into a bonus action instead of an action.
Mm-hmm.
With telekinesis being a concentration, would I be able to do a single spell still and maintain that?
Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't even have you roll for it. That's fine.
Okay. So the priestess is looking pretty worse for wear, but she's still up, yeah?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and do... should we bump that up? No, we'll just do a level 1 chromatic orb and stick with fire. 28.
Okay.
That's 3. Uh, 10.
Nice. Okay. Anything
And
else?
I guess... would it make sense for me to like physically move closer to any of the undead that are climbing up so that I would be able to like be better positioned to hit them next time?
That's your call. If that's your goal, that you want to get up and be able to melee.
Oh no, I don't want to. I do not want to be melee of them.
But you want to
I
get
just want
closer
to
for the
be
cannon
moving.
strikes.
Correct. But if they're all still within like range of me, then I'm fine, like hanging out where I am.
Yeah, I mean, feasibly you'd only be able to get up along the railing, like where Isengiri is, or move towards the back where Savas is engaging with those or toward the front. I keep calling it the back, the front of the ship, where Savas is engaged with the number that have clambered up on that side. So
I want to be positioned where I can get the most possible. But also, I guess there are more climbing up. Does it take them like one round to get up, or is it taking them a couple rounds to get up?
varies. They're moving up
Varies.
as sort of swiftly as they can.
Okay.
Some of them faster than others.
I'll move myself a little bit closer to Savas, like 10 feet closer in that direction.
Okay. And holding there.
Yeah.
Okay. Macy's.
Yes. Does Galen look like he's about to fall over, or does he still have some life in him?
He looks like he's got a bit of life in him, but that strike from Harmony like clearly really hurt him. He sort of shakily got back up to his feet. Still standing, still sort of growling in that sort of carnal state, but wounded, heavily wounded.
Man, he's really strong, and my instinct is to try to grapple him so that he can't attack, but I'm just gonna fail the grapple. He's so much stronger than me. He hasn't been using his spectral thing to dodge additional damage, has he?
You haven't seen him use
in
it
this
now.
fight? Okay.
I'd say you've seen him sort of pull upon his energy to do additional attacks in this instance. I'd say judging based on what you've seen in combat with Galen before, he's only got so much power that he's able to draw upon, so he might not be able to do that anymore.
Well, I'm gonna try to hit him with black iron arrows then.
Okay.
24 to hit.
That's a hit.
And then I need to find the right dice. Uh, 9 damage.
Okay. So yeah, the arrow strikes. It makes contact with him and erupts in that same force of little fiery explosion.
Cool. So it does do the extra fire damage this time?
It does the extra fire damage.
Hell yeah.
Sort of grimaces, takes it. He's clearly wounded and he's feeling everything that you throw at him, but he's still standing.
And as far as positioning, are we all on opposite sides of Galen still?
You are directly in front of him with Ashi sort of on his back right heel, and then Harmony opposite that on his back left.
Okay. I'll stay here. I don't want him attacking other people if he's focused on me, I guess.
Yeah, he's been clearly like hatefully focused on you.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're still holding Fi with the same spare.
Yeah, Fi is still holding Spare the Dying.
Gotcha. Okay.
And if it matters, she's going to use it on like the first allied person who goes down, not just me.
Okay. Okay. Noted. So along the side of the deck, Isengiri again fires another spell up in the air, this time creating a lightning strike down towards Erebos that connects, and he still seems intent on supporting Klothys in this fight against Erebos. It's not clear whether or not he's doing any damage, but Erebos himself is focused intently on Klothys. So Voss strikes against two of the undead. He scrambles up the steps a little further to make contact with another. Anybody that would glance in that direction would see there's at least 8 of them up there with him. He uses a surge to make another sequence of attacks. Ooh, one of them's a nat 20. And cuts down 2 more, and then throws the blade and fires an arc of energy that damages another 2. Belle's going to push forward against the priestess, who's pretty wounded now. She makes 2 attacks with her blade. The priestess deflects both with her own. Belle's going to use a surge to make another 2 attacks. One of them misses, but the second one makes contact, slashes across the chest of the armor, damages the armor, and forces her back. Priestess is barely holding on at this point. Brings us back around to Galen. Fiercely focused on you, Miaces. He lashes out at you again with the chains. Reaches forth, throws 3 chains in your direction. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Nat 20.
Nice.
So 22.
Okay, that'll give you. I'd say you break out, and then I'm going to allow you to retaliate against him. You're still going to take a little
Hell
bit of
yeah.
damage. 6 points of damage, just from the burn of the chains as you resist the hold.
Can I retaliate with black iron arrows, or do I just need to retaliate with a regular
yeah.
arrow?
No, you can pull a
Okay.
black iron. Yeah.
21.
Okay.
And 11 more points of damage.
Nice. Another clean strike erupts against his chest. Howls at you. You see his eyes are glowing brighter, but that sort of purplish energy is starting to diminish as well. You see it fading from his face, and you can almost see the dark husks behind where his eyes used to be. He's going to use a final bit of energy as he sort of draws on everything he possibly can and takes a swing back in the direction of Harmony. With a 22, makes contact as he swings Agony back in your direction. With your newfound blade, I want you to make a dexterity saving throw, Harmony. So almost instinctively, just flowing with the energy of the blade itself, you swing through and move to block the swipe from Agony Galen takes at you. Your blade makes contact with his, and as he thrusts it forward with all his strength, Agony itself shatters, breaks into pieces, that black-like energy falling off what appears to be a standard stone blade, falling into pieces, and the essence of that black energy melting off of it and almost solidifying as it hits the ground. Bringing us to Ashi.
Going to attack Galen again.
Okay. 2 big watery fists.
Yup. Where did my thing go? Alright, so 2 hits. I got 22.
That's a hit.
And then another 22.
2 hits.
We have a 6, and then oh my god, an 8.
Okay.
I rolled 2 1s and then 2 2s.
Oh no. It's both successfully splashed down directly onto him, crushing him into the deck. Still standing, just huffing painfully as he's sustaining the damage and trying to keep himself up. Barely able to do so at this point. Is that all, Ashi?
Yes.
All right, that brings us to Otto.
How's things looking in the battlefield here? I still Galen is still being
Galen is hitting the shit kicked out of him at the
flanked.
moment. Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
3
but
around
he's
him.
surrounded.
Yeah, he's surrounded. The Erebos Priestess stands alone against Obrek and Bell. Bell's the only one in melee range of the Priestess. And you've got undead along the sides and front of the vessel as well.
Are there any place that has multiple undead?
Yeah,
Like
towards
lining up together?
there's several that are on the deck currently, on the backside, so the right side of the vessel. There's a group of 6 that have clambered up onto the deck, and there's a few more reaching up to grasp and climb over as well behind them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there and cast a fireball on the ones that are on top of the deck, and
Okay.
be ready to deal with the ones that are climbing as well.
Roll your damage.
Okay, this time it's gonna be a 4th level fireball.
Okay. They fail safe.
So it's a 25 damage.
Okay. Erupts down. They're all sort of blown and pushed down by the damage, charred and singed. They're still standing, but just barely, like most of their forms have been burned off.
Anyone within range that I can either bardic inspiration or that requires healing?
I mean, you've got
Within
Obrek in range at this point. Moving forward to cast that fireball, and Ashi and Harmony.
I'm gonna give for the first time some bardic inspiration to Harmony.
Wow.
I really hope she uses it.
Okay. And is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right. That brings us to Harmony. What would you like to do, Harmony? Another spell? What would you like to do? Okay. 2 attacks. Remember to add +6 to your rolls to hit.
And you can use Bardic Inspiration if you feel like one of them is a low roll, which is another D10.
Okay. Did you use your inspiration on one of those or no? Would you like to? Or do you want to hold on to it? No, you don't have to. You can keep it for something else if you'd like. One's a miss, one's a hit. So hold the inspiration and I think snow is fine. What's in a bit, Snow? Can you last like another 30, 40 minutes? All right. Just give me like a 5 or 10 minute heads up if you can, if you know that you're starting to like fade out. So Harmony, roll the one strike. It's going to be 3d8 plus 2. We're getting towards the end of this, so we shouldn't. I'd like to at least finish this combat scenario. 18 damage. Okay. Again, it seems to have a very severe effect against Galen. This time, as you drive that blade forward, he does manage to avoid the first strike, but the second one you connect and it pierces straight through his chest, erupting in this very bright silver energy against the shadowy purple-black energy within him. As you draw the blade back out, he falls to his knees in front of you. Do you want to finish him off? Okay, how do you want to do it? Where? Where do you want to stab him? Okay. In the middle. Cool. So, yeah, you draw the blade out. He sort of looks up at you, still enraged. He starts to swivel around again to try and throw some last bit of force at Miaces, but you're able to catch him again with one final thrust of the blade right through the chest, sealing his fate. You feel almost a tug of energy as what's left of his form is dragged off, begins to dissipate, and that purplish black energy becomes very mist-like, like the tendrils coming out of the water from Erebos. Drags him up into the air and towards Erebos as he loses his form and becomes that sort of black energy being absorbed into Erebos himself. Which brings us to Obrek.
Yeah, yes. Is it my turn?
It is your turn. Yep.
Okay. So yes, the priestess is still existing.
Just barely. Yep.
Is Obrek in a 15? Is he 15 feet away from? Could I move to that or to be that close?
Close to her?
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I would like to cast where is it? Spirit Guardian.
Okay.
That will be a will save.
Yeah. What's your DC?
I want to say 16, but give me a second just to make sure. Yep, 16.
Fails.
That will be 3d8 radiant damage. Oh. Oh, that sucks. 7 radiant damage.
7? Well, it's
Yeah.
doubled because she's weak, and that is enough. So you call forth the Spirit Guardians. They move through and pass straight through the form of the Erebos priestess, striking her several times as she's just decimated by the force of that radiant damage. As well, falls to her knees. She drops her blade to the surface of the deck, and just like Galen, sort of fades out in that black purplish mist that gets drawn up into the air and towards Erebos himself. The undead are still scrambling forward onto the deck. We're going to fall out of a standard combat initiative, and we're going to move a little faster. So I'm going to ask you guys one at a time how you want to proceed. So currently, as this round ends, Ripley got the other sail down, and she's starting to push the ship forward and out of the situation. The vessel that her crew is manning is still taking shots at Erebos with those cannons, but you see them coming about to join your vessel as well. Ripley moves back up to the wheel and starts to control the vessel and direct you guys. Savas is still up on the top deck, clearing off the remaining undead. Isengiri as well is sort of held to the side and is swiping down at any that try to get close on that vessel, on that side of the vessel. And you begin to pull away from this bout between Klothys and Erebos, who are still engaged with each other, locked in fight. Lazuli, what would you like to do here? Where would you like to be? What's your goal as you're moving away from this fight with these undead still clambering up? You're muted.
Sorry.
You're all good.
I would like to continue focusing on undead crowd control until we see like,
Okay.
hey, do we have some kind of plan for like how we want to deal with these more permanently? Or if they're stopping in some fashion, but I just want to make sure that other people can do what they need to do and not have to worry about the horde of undead.
Okay, so you still want to maintain concentration on that cannon and keep swinging and trying to get them from latching on and climbing up as many as you can.
Correct.
Okay. Miaces, with Galen destroyed before you, I know you're pretty weak at this point. What would you like to do?
I want to make my way to, I guess, limp my way to Isengiri to try to support,
Okay.
with just like shooting undead that are trying to climb up onto the ship
Okay.
until there's a obvious plan of escape or some shit.
Okay. And Ashi.
The undead the only thing that are like actively like attacking at this point, other than like this whole like god battle thing going
Yeah,
on?
aside from Erebos himself, who is otherwise engaged with Klothys, the only thing is these undead creatures still shambling up and dragging themselves onto your vessel as best they can.
How big am I? Can I like
They're
go
large size.
around and like just like whack them off
Yeah, I'd
like the
say
boat?
like the side of the
Whack-a-mole.
vessel opposite of where Isengiri and Miaces would be at this point now, and Lazuli as well, is sort of undefended. So if you wanted to move
Alright.
to that side with your elemental form, I mean, you can move directly into the space of a creature and like suck it up into your form as well. So you can.
Yeah, but I'm limited. Can I just throw? I mean, sure. Let's go around and just suck up a bunch of skeletons. It'll be great.
So you want to like position yourself on that side of the vessel and deal with the undead there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then Otto.
Yes.
So the ship is starting to sail away from the battle with Erebos and Klothys. There's still undead scrambling up onto the vessel. What would you like to do in this period as you're sort of moving away from the combat of Klothys and Erebos? What would Otto's goal be here?
Well, we're still dealing with the undead, so I guess that I'm gonna finish off the ones that I ignited with my fireball
Okay.
on my last turn.
So you'll join Ashi in defense of that side of the ship.
Yeah.
Okay. Noted. What's up?
No. I don't think there's. I don't want to waste my powerful spells on that, so.
Okay.
Might go into melee combat with these, since they don't pose anywhere near as a threat as the gods.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you can hold up and join in melee. That's totally fine. Harmony.
Thank you, Harmony.
Okay. So you move up with Harmony or with Miaces and Isengiri, just covering Miaces as best you can. What is happening?
She wants
She
to make
wants to
herself
enlarge
larger.
herself.
Okay. You want to cast enlarge on yourself? Okay. That's that you can do that. Yeah, I mean, with the enlarge, you'd reach to be pretty much the same size as Miasis.
Oh my god.
Horrifying.
Quite as big as she hoped, but
Yeah.
still pretty big.
It doesn't turn you to god size.
Yeah, you're
But-
big for a fairy, you know?
Yeah. It knocks you up to the next. Oh, that's bigger than you were
Oh.
thinking.
Oh,
Okay. Cool. Okay, so yeah, the Oberek is probably losing his fucking mind at this point, seeing this all happen.
Oh yeah.
But
No,
what,
this is definitely a little bit terrifying.
what would you like to be doing in this situation?
oh, cleric.
Orca's going to stare at the big fairy for a second, kind of just disregard it. It's obviously not the one attacking us right now, so But Orca is going to start. He's going to be on a zombie duty or undead, firing off sacred flames.
Okay.
If
Do you want
only cleric had an ability that dealt with the undead.
Do you wish to position yourself like in the middle of the ship and sort of defend both sides, or do you want to move to a specific side?
Yeah, from in the middle, I'd say.
Okay. Perfect. Center, and then I think that's everybody. So Ripley's crew is sailing off. Okay. So we're almost done here, Snow. So as the engagement of Klothys and Erebos continues to sort of escalate, you see Klothys sort of get a fist around the neck of Erebos and almost lift him up further out of the water before she tosses him backwards. As he lands, it's sort of a fizz of energy almost as the undead lose the sort of controlled focus of Erebos' force, and you're all able to sort of make do and take out quite a few of them as they're clearly reduced in strength. You see Ripley's vessel come alongside. You're sailing now directly into that massive storm, the essence of Keranos carrying through. You know that somewhere within this storm is the Theros, and that's your current goal. Ripley swings the vessel around to meet alongside with the rest of her crew. She steps off from the wheel for a moment after locking it in place and begins to shout on the opposite side, orders back and forth with her crew as well. Shalir at the wheel of that. I think we should probably pause and end it there because I think to continue on there'd be a lot of like RP.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if Snow has fallen asleep and he can't last that much longer, I'd say we'll end the session there and we'll pick it back up next week as you sort of continue forward and make a plan as you approach the storm and make your way towards the Theros.
Yeah.
Cool. Any questions?
I mean, I'm sure you can't answer this, but I'm just wondering if Yelen's like dead now, or what. But
I mean, you've seen him go down and return before.
yeah,
But I'd say with the intervention of another goddess at this point, it'd be a coin flip. You wouldn't be sure.
mm-hmm.
But
Got
I'd
it.
say it opens up the possibility of his further doom if Klothys is stepping in,
Mm-hmm.
which is a pretty significant situation.
Yeah, I'm surprised that worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, go Harmony. Jesus.
Yeah, Harmony's always coming up with the unique out of the box ideas. But you're in a world of gods, and divine intervention is a very legitimate thing in Theros. You can always call upon the support of a god or goddess, especially now that there's one directly involved. Harmony pretty much called it exact. She interfered because she is the protector of fate, the protector of destiny, and there's a lot of things going on here that are attempting to alter fate. So you made a good request.
Good job.
But now you no longer have a dark evil blade, but a glowing just blade. You Googler. Well done. Well done. Yeah, that was pretty solid. It was a really long combat engagement. There was a lot going on. That was basically 4 hours of straight combat.
Yeah.
So I
I did
appreciate
the
you guys
same exact
writing it out.
thing. Every single move.
Yeah, I mean, with the water elemental, you're powerful, but they only have so much that they can do. So it's like elementals can be limited.
Yeah, no, I've run into that issue a lot with like using wild shape. I'm like, I don't freaking know what to do. I've got 2 moves. What else do I do? Attack.
Yeah, I mean, there's
usually those 2 moves are pretty good.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's sort of like the nature of wild shape, right? You turn into these creatures. The creatures usually have like 2 or 3 things they can do. You know, like the giant scorpion that you had pulled was one of the stronger options. It has like a few like grapple options and a stinger that does poison and stuff like that. With the elementals, like elementals are more of a like resistance strength based thing. So
Yeah, they're very tanky, it seems like.
they're
Yeah, no,
very
it has
very
a shit
tanky,
ton of HP.
and they
Started with
always
114.
yeah, and they always have those things where like they can actually just take over the presence of a creature and just like literally stand on top of it and cause damage like that.
Yeah.
You also like if you moved out onto the water, you'd be even more powerful. Like they gain
Didn't-
strength.
Would I be able to like reach people from the water then?
No, like since you're on the deck of a ship, you
Yeah,
wouldn't.
that's
But if
why I didn't go in the water. I was like, I didn't think I
yeah.
could reach them.
But if the fight ever spilled out into the water, you as a water elemental, you'd have strength there.
That's why I was like, I'm gonna be a water in case this boat starts sinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Smart idea.
So yeah, it's like it's a very powerful thing, but yeah, it can get a bit repetitive because you are doing like only a few different actions. But that is like the nature of wild shape. It restricts you to not many options because you do become way more powerful.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, it was great. You were tanky as hell. You kept doing consistent damage against Galen, and he was a pretty beefy tanky guy in this as well.
Yes.
Every hit counts.
It does.
Yeah.
No,
And
I mean, I felt like I did like wood damage wise. Just was I felt.
yeah, you did a
like,
lot of damage.
I was like, it's not. I'm not very exciting. I'm just gonna punch this guy.
That's like you have to come to accept some of these things when you're playing a
Yes.
druid. Because
That's at that point, I was just like, nope, that's all. I'm just gonna keep attacking him. I don't know what else I'm gonna do. Just attack. I accepted my fate at that tonight.
yeah, no, it was great. It was like super supportive. It was really good to have. But yeah, I don't know. Have you gone over like wild shape options? Look at different creatures and things.
I mean, I've looked at a bunch of different creatures, yes, but I don't have any like interesting applications for creatures.
Yeah, now you do have other spells too, so you could always like if you feel like your wild shape isn't as fun, you could just drop out of wild shape and start casting some other things.
Well, I was getting low on HP, so I was like, if I run out of HP, I'm just gonna drop out of wild shape, and I'm not gonna try and like keep it up. But I had 26 HP at the end.
Oof. Yeah,
I mean,
that's
also almost 100 HP that didn't get taken out of someone else.
Yeah.
That's why I was just like, I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah, so it might not be the most exciting thing, but it was definitely like one of the most useful things for the group in that fight. Yeah, without a doubt. And like he could throw some big damage, so it was good to have sort of that absorption nearby. And it probably saved Miasi's life because honestly, if any of that damage had redirected at Miasi was on the last legs.
Yeah, I had like one more hit in me.
Yeah.
Which is why I was like, I'm just gonna have 5 saves, spare the dying.
Yeah, it came real close, and if it weren't for those heals too that had come through from Otto, like Miasi's would have fallen.
Yeah, I got like 30 or 40 points of healing that I absolutely would have been dead already. It was real good.
He was in like I guess like meta game style because I'm not going to use the same thing if he ever comes back. He was in like a Carnage almost like a Berserker Rage little system that I designed, where he does a random action based on a roll, and I've got 8 different things for him.
Oh.
So he was just in like a pure rage at this point because he fucking hates your guts and
The feelings
has been
mutual, Galen.
it's been getting destroyed every time that he tries to take you out. So he's like the more he dies as well, he loses his mental capacity as his soul is dragged back by Erebos and forced out into the field. So he's becoming both less intelligent and more dangerous as time goes on.
As one does when they die repeatedly.
Yep.
Yeah, dying's not good for you.
Ill-advised.
Also, Obrit coming in with the radiant damage.
Fucking everything up. Yeah. Because literally all of them are weak to it.
Yeah. I've never played a
Bob?
cleric before, and it's pretty awesome. But yeah, sorry.
I would like you to read your basic cleric skills.
Oh yeah, no, I was just reading the turn undead. I realized I should have been doing that, but hindsight's 2020. Okay, first time playing cleric.
You did really, really good. Like I would not have changed anything you did up until literally the very, very, very end.
Oh, well, it's because like in my character
yes, the
sheet,
fight is
like,
over. Snow, go to bed.
I have destroy undead, but not turn undead, like as my actions. Like there's no turn undead actions, and it's like, okay, this doesn't explain anything for me. Okay, wonderful.
Oh, okay.
I mean, also, Obrek is the only one in this situation that's literally been thrust through so much shit recently. Like, you guys had a break.
Yes.
As you were sort of like meeting with Savas and sailing your way out here, you were able to like rest and relax. Obrek has been fucking going through it, man. And he sort of just got thrust out of the deck of the ship, seeing 2 gods at war with each other. The rising of Erebos, Galen and his dark force, this emissary of Erebos, which is literally the opposite of the deity that he worships. It's like the dark evil against the light of Heliod. So, being literally spat
totally
from
normal.
the underworld onto the deck of the ship in the middle of this fight, he maybe might not have remembered that he could turn undead.
Yeah. Well, I was also thinking, as a pretty new priest, or as a priest that really hasn't left the temple, he hasn't really been in combat before.
This is very true.
Yeah.
This is all very true.
Before then, so I'm probably going to have that come up being like, oh yeah, I didn't know if casting those spells were going to work or not. Yeah.
These are all dramatically new experiences for Obrek,
Yes.
who has otherwise had a very sheltered experience up until this point.
I'm just giving you shit.
Oh, this is great. This is a good combat too. Because I've had long combats before, and this was a pretty manageable, I'd say.
Yeah, and there's a lot of us now too, so it's like I think it went pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah.
I was kind of tallying, and it took like 25 minutes to get back to one person, which with 5 people, hey, we're doing like 5 minutes a turn. That's pretty good.
Six people.
6 people. Yeah.
So
Nothing's hard.
Everything was really good. It was really smooth, honestly, as far as combat goes. It was a little awkward because Siren is mute at the moment.
Siren is being ignored.
What do you want, Siren?
She asked you a question a little while ago.
What did you ask me? I can't tell if you're talking to me or talking to Snow.
She literally said, "Bird, I have a question."
Where the hell was that?
It's at 10:20 or 11:20.
I just lost it in the chat spam. Of all the Therosian gods, Clothis is the most mysterious, so that each strand of her hair represents a living Therosian. If she cuts your strand, death will no doubt follow. Something to think about.
You don't know if it's your strand, Harmony.
Yeah.
Could be any strand.
She has so much hair.
Yeah. Her whole thing is that those strands of hair, like she whips them around as weapons. They are mythologically supposed to be tied to specific fates. I'd say, considering you've Googled already, I'd say Harmony maybe has some knowledge of Clothis in her time in her studies. Like Clothis is supposed to be the original god, the first to emerge, with Krufix being not too far from her. Heliod like very arrogantly argues that that's a lie, that he was the first and is the most powerful, but pretty much everybody knows it's bullshit. The other gods in the pantheon know it's bullshit. People in the mortal realm, everybody is fully almost accepting that Clothis was the original, and she's the only one that's generally feared by all the other gods because she has the power to cut their realms off from the mortal world, which would in essence seal them away and depower them. And she's the only one that has any ability to affect another god on that level. Like the rest of them can fight with each other, can war with each other, but they can never outright destroy each other, because they are all sort of formed of that same energy that is Nyx. It's like a material almost.
TG is not the same thing as D&D.
It's not.
This is a tie-in campaign, right, Bird?
Yeah, it's
like a crossover campaign.
Theros. It's canon D&D. There's a whole Mythic Oddities of Theros book. But the story that we're playing is a completely homebrew story, and I've also played around with the lure, so it's not 100% like MTG lure. MTG lure with Theros is like kind of wild. Actually, I forgot the other day. I don't know if you've ever seen the trailer for Theros Beyond Death, but there is a whole ass trailer if you want to sort of see like a nice little CGI interaction of what the underworld is like.
Ooh, that's cool.
That would be cool.
I like it.
Also, since I missed last session, do we have a visual reference for Ulbrich? Because I'll remember faces better than
Oh
anyone.
no visual representation, but I do have a good description. He looks like an adult gnome. He has like a bowl cut, a big beard, and the only thing you can really see of him is just a big nose.
He is a human.
Also, when he says adult gnome, that's not an adult gnome. That's a human-sized gnome.
Yeah, human-sized gnome. Sorry. Yeah, got to be specific there. It's like a grown-up.
Because he is
a tall gnome.
His weight is
a
human.
stretched out gnome.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
Okay.
here. I can get a visual real quick on this.
No.
I did try searching for it, but looking for adult gnome did not bring up anything for me.
Don't do that. All of these you can see the faces on. I want.